Chapter 7:13. White Frost. Her voice was like ice and snow, and her sword was like frost, freezing the sky. A wisp of frosty white sword light shot out like a solid block of ice and slashed towards Holy Sun Sangu's fist like a flowing blade. Drifting clouds. Lan Yu Miao floated 10 meters in the air and a long saber appeared in her hand. There seemed to be white clouds floating on the saber. Her slender hand swept across the saber, and the white clouds seemed to come alive from the saber. Each of the white clouds was condensed from saber chi. They looked light and soft, but contained an amazing sharpness. Many of the white cloud saber chi drifted towards Holy Sun Sangu's fist. Qingchen also attacked. He shook his arms, and the blue lines on his body burned like flames. Then, he rotated his palms and pressed them down. Two terrifying spiral chi forces blasted out, one towards Holy Sun Sangu's fist and the other toward Holy Sun Sangu himself. 1 against 3, a fierce battle broke out. Boom, boom. The white frost shattered and countless frosty sword chi shot out. Wherever they passed, the surface of the lake froze into ice. The white cloud saber chi also shattered and turned into wisps of mist that spread out in all directions. Qingchen's palm was also shattered and scattered with specks of green light. However, the Holy Sun Sangu's palm was shattered by the Holy Sun Sangu's punch. Holy Sun Sangu was like a god of war. He stood on the surface of the lake, not moving at all. He punched again. Boom, boom. He punched out 3 times in a row, then another 3 times, then another 3 times. The 3 punches formed a wave, and the terrifying fist force blasted towards the 3. Every punch was the basic move of the ancient Elysium fist. A powerful martial art like the ancient Elysium fist would consume a lot of energy every time it was used. However, Holy Sun Sangu seemed to have an endless supply of energy. He continued to bombard the ancient Elysium fist without showing any signs of exhaustion. The first prerequisite for cultivating the ancient Elysium fist was to have enough physical strength and endurance. After cultivating it, one's strength would also increase tremendously. Facing such a powerful Holy Sun Sangu, Qingchen and the other 2 felt an indescribable pressure. They found that even if the 3 of them joined forces, it was no different from not joining forces. Under Holy Sun Sangu's attacks, the 3 of them could only fight on their own. The blue waves were vast and mighty, rolling up thousands of layers of waves. Qingchen and the other 2 continued to use their trump cards to resist Saint Sun Sangu's attacks time and time again, looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, their counterattacks were ineffective, and they were all shattered by Saint Sun Sangu. White Dragon. Bai Qingjue used all of her strength to execute her strongest move. A strange dragon roar seemed to resound through the 9 heavens. As the longsword twisted, he became one with the sword. A dragon beast that seemed to be condensed from white frost and ice bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward the Sangu Holy Sun. Wherever the white drake passed, frost filled the air and froze the surface of the lake. It was like a path of ice that continued to extend towards the Holy Sun of Sangu. Heavenly clouds shatter. Lan Yunyu held the saber in her hand, and her body was surrounded by clouds. She kept rising into the air until she was 100 meters in the air. Then, she waved her saber, and the clouds moved and condensed into a white cloud that was dozens of meters high. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it crushed toward the Holy Sun of Sangu. Within the white clouds, countless saber chi slashed back and forth, as if they were going to cut and grind everything into pieces. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Green flame sky slash. Both of her hands emitted an intense green flame. As she rubbed her hands together, a pure green flame burst out. The green flame seemed to be a crescent moon that was condensed from flames. It broke through the surface of the lake and slashed toward the Holy Sun of Tsangu with terrifying strength. In an instant, the Holy Sun of Tsangu was facing the strongest attacks from 3 different sides. Once he was hit by such powerful attacks, he would not be able to gain any advantage. He would be seriously injured and defeated. Even so, the Holy Sun of Sangu had no intention of dodging. His expression was a little serious, but there was more excitement in his eyes. It was an excitement that came from the bottom of his heart, and his fighting spirit was shocking. Heavenly force. He threw out 3 punches in a row, and each punch seemed to contain all of his strength. Even though the holy son of Tsangu had great strength and amazing endurance, he felt like he was about to be drained. His face was slightly pale. The 3 punches carried the power of heaven and earth, and they blasted toward the white dragon, the white cloud, and the green flame crescent moon. Everyone knew that this was the crucial moment to determine the victor. Would the 3 from the 5 emperors' clans defeat the holy son of Tsangu? Or would the holy son of Tsangu defeat the 3 of them? Qinzong could not help but guess. 3 against 1. Which side would win? No matter if it was by Qing Jue, Lan Yunmiao, or Qing Chun, the strength that the 3 of them had displayed was definitely very strong. The intense explosion caused the world to lose its color once again. Everyone's ears could no longer hear anything, and there was only black and white in front of their eyes. This feeling lasted longer than before. It was extremely uncomfortable, but they could not get rid of it. When the black and white faded and colors filled the air again, there was an extremely sharp roar in their ears. This strong contrast caused their minds to be shaken, as if they were about to shatter. They were in a daze, and their consciousness was turned upside down. If someone wanted to kill them at this moment, it would be the best time. In an instant, Qinzong got rid of this feeling, and he instantly woke up. However, he was still shocked. This kind of collision was actually so terrifying. If he, who was tens of thousands of meters away, had such a feeling, then what kind of impact would the holy son of Tsangu, Qing Chun, by Qing Jue, Lan Yunmiao, and the others, who were at the center of it all, be affected? They did not feel good. Even if they reacted in an instant and took precautions, it was still very uncomfortable. Their consciousness seemed to be completely twisted and strangled. When everything returned to normal, Qing Chun, by Qing Jue, and Lan Yunmiao struggled to stand on the lake. Their faces were frighteningly pale, and their breaths were weak. It was obvious that they did not have the strength to continue fighting. The holy son of Tsangu also stood on the lake. His face was pale, and there was a trace of fatigue in his eyes. However, his expression was arrogant, and his aura was constantly fluctuating. He was not as calm as before. Immediately, the holy son of Tsangu threw out 3 more punches. It was obvious that the power of these 3 punches was not as powerful as before, but Qing Chun and the others could no longer resist. Boom! Boom! The 3 of them tried their best to resist, but they were still directly sent flying. 1 against 3. Victory! Everyone around was so shocked that they could not breathe. How powerful was the holy son of Tsangu? A series of dragon roars sounded, and 4 golden dragons of luck appeared. Then, the golden dragon of luck on the holy son of Tsangu devoured 10% of the other 3 golden dragons of luck. Its length directly exceeded 80 feet, reaching an astonishing 86 feet. Its body also became thicker and more majestic. Looking at the golden dragon of luck that was more than 80 feet long, everyone was shocked. If no one could defeat the holy son of Tsangu, perhaps in the end, the golden dragon of luck would be close to 90 feet, or even 90 feet. Since ancient times, 9 was the limit, and 90 feet was even more different. For a moment, everyone was silent. Holy son of Tsangu, you have used too much of your strength. I will not fight you. Ichinchio of the proud, sword heavenly sect walked over with his sword. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void and fell on Qinzong. Qinzong, we are both sword practitioners. Let's fight. Qinzong's original intention was to fight the holy son of Tsangu, but everyone could see that the holy son of Tsangu had used up a lot of his strength and did not have much combat strength left. Such a battle would be unfair. Even if he won, there would be no sense of accomplishment. Therefore, Qinzong suppressed the battle intent in his heart and waited for the holy son of Tsangu to recover his strength before challenging him. He did not expect Ichinchio of the proud sword heavenly sect to appear and challenge him directly. Ichinchio's meaning was clear. He wanted the holy son of Tsangu to rest and recover his strength while he fought Qinzong. After defeating Qinzong, he would fight the holy son of Tsangu, who had recovered his strength. By then, even if the holy son of Tsangu had not fully recovered, Ichinchio would have used up some of his strength. The battle between the two would be a fair fight. Before he could suppress his battle intent, Ichinchio had challenged him. Without thinking, Qinzong stepped out. The holy son of Sanggu did not speak. He retreated far away to recover his strength. Indeed, he had defeated Li Wuji first, then Zi Huan, and finally defeated 3 strong opponents by himself. He did not have much strength left. If he fought with Yi Qianqiu again, the outcome would be hard to predict. No one said anything about the holy son of Sanggu retreating to recover his strength. No one laughed at him. There was only a kind of respect. Who could do this? The crowd was still wondering if the holy son of Sanggu had used up too much of his strength and whether this intense battle would end there. Although it was exciting and intense and made the crowd's blood boil, they still felt that it was not enough. Now, Yi Qianqiu had challenged Qinzong. Although Qinzong did not say anything, he had expressed it with his actions. Yi Qianqiu was a disciple of the proud, sword heavenly sect. He was a sword cultivator, and his sword skills were superb. Qinzong was also a sword cultivator. In the previous 2 battles, the crowd had seen Qinzong's superb sword skills. This battle would be a duel between swords. When they thought of this, the crowd could not help but feel even more excited. When things were given a certain meaning, there would often be a sensory change. This kind of change would make people feel more excited. With a sword in hand, Yi Qianqiu walked step by step towards Qinzong. Every step he took was like a sharp sword that sliced across the surface of the lake, leaving behind sword scars one after another. Invisible but sharp sword qi condensed around Yi Qianqiu's body. It constantly surrounded him and cut through the air, giving off a sharp sound that made people's scalps go numb. Very pure. This was a very pure sword cultivator. Qinzong also walked towards Yi Qianqiu step by step. When he felt the invisible sword qi condensing around Yi Qianqiu's body and saw the white sword marks under Yi Qianqiu's feet, his eyes lit up. Before the battle, Qinzong already knew that Yi Qianqiu was a good opponent. A very good opponent, the best opponent so far. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had risen step by step from when he was very weak. He had encountered many good opponents. However, he had never met one as pure as Yi Qianqiu. Chapter 714. Old Chun was about to enter the stage. Holy Son Sanggu stood at the edge of a deserted island, recovering his strength as he stared at Qinzong and Yi Qianqiu. In the distance, Qin Chun and the others, who had already been defeated, and Li Wuji were also watching. Qin Chun was in disbelief. After being separated from Qinzong in the sea, Qin Chun was very worried. After returning to the Qin clan in the Qin continent, Qin Chun ordered people to search for Qinzong, but to no avail. Qinzong had entered the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and became a disciple of the Sangyu Mountain. Qinzong usually kept a low profile. Even the Tai Yuan continent, there were very few people who knew about Qinzong, let alone in the Qin continent, which was far away from the Tai Yuan continent. However, the Qin clan was one of the 5 emperor clans and one of the 15 top forces in the Kanglan continent. After some effort, Qin Chun found out about Qinzong's whereabouts. After knowing that Qinzong had become a disciple of the Sangyu Mountain of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and had been accepted as a disciple by the Sangyu Mountain Lord, Qin Chun was completely relieved. However, he felt a little regretful. After all, he had planned to invite Qinzong to join the Qin clan. With Qinzong's talent and the Qin clan's nurturing, he might not be inferior to him in the future and could be a great help to the Qin clan. What a pity. However, since Qinzong had become a disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and had been accepted as a disciple by the Sangyu Mountain Lord, he had a good place to go. As a friend, Qin Chun was happy for him at the same time. However, Qin Chun did not expect that Qinzong would be able to carry the Tai Yuan Heaven sect's providence. Although Qin Chun had told Qinzong about the invincible Grandmaster path before, Qin Chun didn't have a detailed understanding of the invincible Grandmaster path at that time. Moreover, it was to encourage Qinzong. Unbelievable. It was really unbelievable. Elder Song and I were wrong. Thinking of this, Qin Chun could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The fact that Qinzong was able to bear the fate of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect meant that he was invincible among his peers in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. How powerful was the Tai Yuan Heaven sect? Compared to the Qin family, the Tai Yuan Heaven sect was even stronger. What did this mean? It meant that Qinzong was not inferior to him at all. With these thoughts in mind, Qinzong and Ichinchio sped up. Swoosh! Under the sharp sound of wind breaking, the two figures turned into two streams of light, rapidly approaching each other. After a breath of time, they crossed each other. After that, a clanging sound entered his ears. It was the sound of swords clashing. Without stopping, sharp sounds rang out one after another. Two streams of light collided with each other on the surface of the lake again and again. The surface of the lake was cut open again and again, leaving many white and straight marks. Every time the two swords clashed, countless ripples spread out, and the air became like water. They exchanged dozens of blows in a row and were evenly matched. The two streams of light suddenly approached each other. Qinzong and Ichinchio's silhouettes seemed to walk out of the streams of light. Their two swords carried a dazzling brilliance that wrapped around their bodies as they collided once again. All of them were high-speed swords. Speed versus speed. Now that they had met their match, the two were even more excited. They did not directly use their full strength, but instead probed each other. The white gold sword light and the scarlet sword light surged in all directions, cutting the surrounding lake's surface again and again. The sword marks extended for dozens of meters. Like Qinzong, Ichinchio had also comprehended and mastered the 5 minor true meanings of the sword intent. In terms of application, he was not inferior to Qinzong, but there were differences between him and Qinzong. It could be said that while the two of them were probing each other, they were also constantly learning the strengths of each other's swordsmanship to further improve themselves. Bearing the fate of the sect, they were constantly influenced by the fate of the sect. Their comprehension was even better than usual. Usually, they would need to go into seclusion for a period of time to be able to comprehend. But now, they only needed a short time or even a thought to comprehend. After another collision, the tyrannical sword light turned into a shock wave that swept in all directions. Qinzong and Ichinchio tacitly borrowed the force of this shock wave to retreat. Next, please evaluate a set of swordsmanship that I have created. Ichinchio smiled with a dignified look in his eyes. The white gold sword was held horizontally in front of his chest. With a gentle stroke of his palm, the light flowed like water and reached the tip of the sword. The sound of the sword resonated. Metal and wind meet. With a poetic chant, Ichinchio drew his sword. The white gold sword seemed to disappear into the air, leaving only a white gold sword wind that blew towards Qinzong. This sword wind carried the true intent of sword edge and the true intent of sharp wind. The two types of fluctuations combined to form this astonishing move. This move was a mid-grade pseudo-linwu. The wind that blew was not an ordinary wind, but a wind formed by a terrifying sword aura. This kind of wind could cut flesh and corrode bones. Qinzong struck with his sword, burning with blazing flames. Blazing Sun, second style. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. After Qinzong used the Blazing Sun second style to block the metal and wind meet, he struck again. This time, it was even more blazing. Blazing Sun, third style. With a boom, the blazing sword radiance broke through the air, evaporating a large amount of white fog on the surface of the lake. Amidst the white fog, Ichinchio did not dodge. His white gold sword vibrated, and a dazzling light flew. Another white gold wind swept over. This time, it was different from the previous wind. Within this white gold wind, there were countless cyclones that spun at high speed. Each of the cyclones was as thick as a finger, and they carried an astonishing killing power. This sword contained the power of 3 lesser true intents. Immediately after, Ichinchio struck again. It was still a white gold wind, but within the wind, there were countless cyclones. Within the cyclones, there were even finer wind blades. This sword contained 4 lesser true intents. Blazing Sun, fourth style. When the sword struck, it was like a huge fireball. Once again, more white fog was evaporated. However, the white fog was blown away by the white gold wind, dispersing and disappearing without a trace. Regardless of whether it was Qinzong's Blazing Sun sword or Ichinchio's Metal Wind sword, in the eyes of many, they were very impressive. The power of each sword was very strong. It was enough to be a secret technique of many small factions. But to the two of them, it was just a test and exchange of blows. As people who practiced the sword and whose sword techniques were so excellent, The two of them were very excited. Naturally, it would not be so easy to determine the victor. At the very least, they had to fight to their heart's content. This was not only a battle of strength, but also a battle of sword techniques. Ichincio constantly displayed some scattered sword techniques. They were all created by himself, and some were cultivated to improve himself. Most of them were low-grade fake linguo. Chunzong also displayed fake linguo moves. Unlike Ichincio, Chunzong's fake linguo were mostly self-created. The two of them clashed again and again with their swords. It was hard to tell who was the victor. The spectators were also mesmerized. Perhaps it was not as intense as the battle between Holy Sun Songgu and Li Wuji, but there was a different kind of feeling. That was the sword and sword techniques. Some were dazzling, some were simple, and some were ever-changing, profound, and peerless sword moves, which made people feel a soul-stirring feeling. Awesome, this is awesome. Ichincio changed from his usual indifference. He was like a madman, and his posture was flamboyant. Next, please taste my platinum sword technique. Platinum sword stab. A sword broke through the air. The platinum sword light was about the thickness of a sword. It pierced through the sky with shocking sharpness and fiercely stabbed towards Chunzong. Wherever the sword passed, there was only a platinum sword mark across the sky. Chunzong had seen this sword before, but seeing it was different from experiencing it personally. He felt like he had been pierced through. The more it was like this, the more excited Chunzong was. Gray strike. The grayish-white sword light with traces of red pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Ichincio. The two swords did not collide. Instead, they crossed each other and missed at the same time. Platinum sky sweeping. Platinum dazzling world. Two consecutive swords. The platinum sword light tore through everything and shattered the sky. It also released an extremely shocking light that made people unable to look at it directly. In comparison, Chunzong's counterattack was more monotonous. It was still the gray strike, but the minor true meaning contained in the gray strike was completely different. It made the gray strike different. The gray strike was a secret technique of the green feather mountain, and the platinum sword technique was a secret technique of the proud sword heaven sect. Now, the two of them had truly shown their true strength. Platinum thousand silk sword. Strands of platinum-colored sword light swam over from all directions, attempting to entangle Chunzong. Gray mist. The grayish-white mist formed by sword chi pervaded the air, blocking the cutting of the silk-like sword chi. The gray strike broke the silk-like sword chi in front of it and shot out. Sharpness of gray jade. The jade-white sword light pierced towards him with shocking sharpness. Ichincio's expression was solemn. The sword had not yet arrived, but it made him feel like he had been pierced through. He felt pain all over his body. Platinum triple kill. With a swing of the sword, it vibrated 3 times in a row and 3 platinum-colored sword lights shot out. Platinum heaven slash. As he leaped up, his most powerful sword slashed down. The sword was extremely sharp and was a lethal weapon. The duel between sword martial artists was usually more thrilling. It might not look that intense, but it was soul-stirring. With hidden killing intent, the slightest carelessness would result in one of them losing and the other dying. A duel of skills, a duel of moves, and also a duel of strength. In the previous duel, they did not use much strength. It was a simple duel of sword techniques. But now, they were going all out to determine the winner. Between the two of them, only one of them could win. If it was a duel of life and death, only one of them could survive. Raising his head, there was only a huge platinum-colored sword light in his eyes. It was as if it was going to tear the sky and shatter the earth. Platinum triple kill? Heaven slash. After the first strike, Ichincio exploded with all his strength and slashed out 3 more times. 3 huge platinum-colored sword lights tore the sky apart and killed everything. At this moment, Ichincio was even more powerful than when he was fighting Qi Xiao. This was the benefit of bearing providence. The longer the time, the more benefits he would gain. 5 sword strike. Blue Jay Bird. In an instant, Chunzong also exploded. 5 swords were unsheathed, and each of them struck out a blue jade move. The 5 blue jade moves formed an extremely simple bird. It tore through the sky and went against the flow. The first sword light was shattered by the blue jade bird. Without any hesitation, The blue jade bird rushed towards each Chinchio in the air and collided with the three huge sword lights. The intense light made it difficult for people to open their eyes. They felt as if invisible needles were constantly piercing their eyes. It was extremely painful. Chapter 7:15. It's growing. The golden dragon of luck is growing again. In the Taiyuan Heaven sect, the Taiyuan sect master and the mountain lords were overjoyed when they saw the golden dragon of luck growing again. 64 feet, 65 feet, 66 feet, 67 feet. Finally, it stopped at 67 feet. Not only did it grow in length, but its body also became thicker. 67 feet. Our sect's luck has not only recovered, but also improved. The original golden dragon of luck of the Taiyuan Heaven sect was 65 feet long. Not only was it not as long as it was now, but the thickness of its body was also different. Good. You didn't let us down. If we had chosen Qinzong to carry the sect's luck from the beginning, I'm afraid the golden dragon of luck would have reached 70 feet. Qinzong won. Everyone in the dragon transformation lake was shocked. Qinzong won. Qinzong defeated each Chinchio in terms of strength and swordsmanship. I hope to fight with you again in the future. Each Chinchio's eyes were blazing. I look forward to it. Qinzong responded with a smile. Then, he looked around and saw Holy Sun Sanggu, who was 10,000 meters away. At the same time, Holy Sun Sanggu also looked over. Arrogant, domineering, sharp, and sharp. The formless gazes collided in the void like sharp weapons, creating formless sparks and ripples. The ripples were incomparably sharp, tearing everything in the surroundings apart. Nothing could stop them. A strong aura quickly gathered on Holy Sun Sanggu's body. Then, it shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Rumble. There seemed to be an ancient thunder rumbling. When it first appeared, it was still far away in the sky. In the next moment, it seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. It constantly blasted into their heads and bodies, causing their heartbeats to accelerate and their chi and blood to surge. Even their spiritual consciousness was a little dazed. Boom! He took a step forward and stepped into the dragon transformation lake from the deserted island. It was like a 100-meter giant taking a step forward. It was as heavy as an ancient mountain. His aura was shocking. The current Holy Son of Sanggu was different from before. His entire being seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth, which made him even more powerful. That's right, after experiencing battle after battle, defeating one powerful opponent after another, and obtaining even more luck, the benefits he obtained were even more obvious. Therefore, he had comprehended something, and once he comprehended it, it naturally quickly transformed into strength, and he became even more powerful. Only by improving on the foundation of the half-step force of heaven and earth, and getting closer to the true force of heaven and earth, and gaining a deeper understanding of the ancient Elysium Fist, could he not use the ancient Elysium Fist? Using the ancient Elysium Fist, one could use the power of heaven and earth to move around freely. This was already close to grasping the true power of heaven and earth. At this point, Holy Sun Sanggu was not far from mastering the true martial force. Qinzong, let's settle this with one move. The voice was vast and mighty, like the voice of a primordial god, slowly drifting over from beyond the heavens. It was like a myriad of thunderbolts exploding in an instant, and the rumbling sound seemed to cause the heavens and the earth to turn upside down. The dragon transformation lake surged, and bursts of dragon roars sounded from all directions. Although it was only a human body, it was like a giant condensed from the power of heaven and earth. Stepping on the water, where his feet landed, layers of shock waves rippled out, like stormy waves crashing in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Holy Sun Sanggu's voice fell, he raised his right fist. It was invisible and formless, but it made everyone feel as heavy as a mountain. Ancient Elysium Fist? Heavenly Force. Heavenly Force was Holy Sun Sanggu's strongest move. Although the battle between Qinzong and each Chinchio had lasted for a long time, and Holy Sun Sanggu had recovered a lot of strength during this time, but without taking any elixirs, he had only recovered a small part of his strength. Similarly, Qinzong's battle with each Chinchio had also consumed more than half of his strength. In terms of the proportion of strength, the two were about the same. Previously, Qinzong had seen Holy Sun Sanggu's strength, and Holy Sun Sanggu had also seen Qinzong's strength. In all fairness, Qinzong's strength was stronger than his previous opponents. There was no need to probe, and there was no need to stall for time. One move would determine the outcome. One move. Qinzong was a little surprised, but it was also in line with what he wanted. One move it was. This move was definitely his strongest move. The Huanjin 4 sword was unsheathed. There was no flashy technique, no amazing power. It was just a simple slash forward, but it caused the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble. In an instant, it was as if the wind and clouds were surging, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The force of heaven and earth was drawn, and the subtle force of the sword stirred up the power of heaven and earth. It was as if a huge but invisible sword had appeared in the heavens and earth, fiercely slashing towards Holy Sun Sanggu. The force of the sword. Under the power of the sword, everything was crushed, and nothing could stop it. Under the invisible pressure, the surging dragon transformation lake instantly calmed down and became as smooth as a mirror. This kind of change was extremely shocking. Immediately, the dragon transformation lake collapsed into a huge trench under an extremely terrifying invisible pressure. The trench continued to deepen, extending forward with lightning-like speed. It was like a shocking water dragon that was moving stealthily. What kind of move is this? Many people were inexplicably shocked. The force of the sword. Qinzong can actually display the force of the sword? There is no such inheritance in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Everyone was shocked. In addition to being shocked, their other reaction was not that Qinzong had mastered the force of the sword, but that Qinzong, like Holy Sun Sanggu, was able to activate the force of the sword with the help of martial arts. Like the ancient firmament fist, it was not that they were ignorant, but that their level was not high enough to see through it. If there was a powerful transcendent realm master present, they would be able to see that Qinzong did not rely on martial arts to activate the force of the sword, but that he himself had mastered the force of the sword. In the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect Grand Tournament, Qinzong comprehended and mastered the force of the sword in the final battle between Fang Xingqian and Qinzong. The Tai Yuan Heaven Sect had sealed off the news. Although the people of the ultimate martial heavenly sect knew about it, it was limited to the disciples and higher-ups who were watching the battle. They would not spread the news to Qinzong for no reason to strengthen the reputation of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Although the others didn't know, Holy Sun Sanggu had the most direct feeling. This was because he used the ancient Elysium fist to stimulate the power of heaven and earth. Qinzong's sword strike felt different. It felt pure, the real force of heaven and earth. In an instant, Holy Sun Sanggu was very sure. While he was shocked, he also felt an indescribable excitement. Who would have thought that there was actually a true dragon hidden among these people? Fortunately, Fang Xingqian had overestimated himself and challenged him. Fortunately, the Tai Yuan Heaven sect did not give up and sent Qinzong here. Seemingly stimulated by Qinzong, Holy Sun Sanggu's force of heaven and earth became more condensed in this punch. Boom! Slash! In an instant, the fist that carried the force of heaven and earth blasted out. The sword that also carried the force of heaven and earth tore through the air and collided in midair. It was as if a mountain had exploded. The terrifying impact caused the surroundings to fall into chaos. Nothing could be seen and nothing could be heard. Only an extremely sharp, buzzing sound echoed in everyone's mind. This strange feeling made everyone lose their ability to think. They were muddled and didn't know anything. It was as if they had turned into wooden puppets. The dragon transformation lake seemed to have been blasted through. The terrifying shock wave shook the deserted islands that were closer to the explosion and shattered them under this terrible impact. After an unknown period of time, when the explosion gradually subsided, everyone slowly regained their consciousness. Their faces were pale. The scene in front of them made them extremely shocked. Their hearts stopped, and they continued to suffocate. Terrifying. In the air, there seemed to be invisible ripples that continued to surge. The whistling sound made one's scalp tingle. At the center of the explosion, there was a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. It was a shocking sight. A large amount of lake water poured in from all directions, forming an astonishing whirlpool. The whistling sound of the whirlpool resounded throughout the world. Holy Sun Tsang-gu retreated to the edge of a broken, deserted island. He stepped on a piece of wood that was still intact and moved up and down with the waves. In order to determine the outcome of the battle, he had used up all his strength. Now his face was pale. There was a trace of fatigue in his eyes, but there was also a trace of excitement. This was because he felt the power of heaven and earth at a closer distance. It was the real power of heaven and earth, not the power of heaven and earth that he felt indirectly through his fist technique. In an instant, the mysterious face of the power of heaven and earth seemed to have lifted a corner of the veil for him. Qinzong's face was also pale. There was fatigue in his eyes, but it seemed that he was in a better state than Holy Sun Tsang-gu. Who won? On the surface, it was impossible to tell who had won. Everyone was puzzled. "You've won this battle," said Holy Sun Tsang-gu. Everyone was shocked by what they heard. Holy Sun Tsang-gu had lost. Qinzong had won. This obviously subverted everyone's inner thoughts, because they were more inclined to believe that Holy Sun Tsang-gu had won. However, they did not expect Holy Sun Tsang-gu to admit defeat. If someone as proud as him admitted defeat, it meant that he had really lost. Qinzong did not humbly say that he had let Holy Sun Tsang-gu win. A loss was a loss. Moreover, he had indeed gained the upper hand in that attack. He still had some strength left and could make another attack. On the other hand, Holy Sun Tsang-gu could not do it. Two dragon roars sounded at the same time. Two golden dragons of luck appeared on the bodies of Holy Sun Tsang-gu and Qinzong respectively. There was an obvious difference in length and thickness between the golden dragons of luck and the golden dragons of luck. It felt like they were an adult and a child. The bigger golden dragon of luck hovered motionlessly, while the smaller golden dragon of luck flew out aggressively and bit fiercely. The golden dragon of luck on Holy Sun Tsang-gu's body began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it was only about 81 feet. On the other hand, Qinzong's golden dragon of luck grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had grown from 67 feet to 73 feet. At the same time, the sect leader and the mountain lords of the Tai Yuan Sky sect, who were about to leave excitedly, were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. Chapter 716. 70 feet, 70 feet. What's going on? Why is the growth of the golden dragon of luck so strange? There's only one explanation. My disciple has defeated two strong opponents in a row, each stronger than the other, the Lord of Mount Sangyu said with a smile, his face full of pride. The Lord of Mount Mingguang was shocked and resentful. As for the other lords, they had mixed feelings. Some were envious, some are envious. Apart from a Lord of Mount Sangyu's explanation, there was no other explanation. But no matter what they thought, the increase of the sect's luck was a good thing. It was beneficial to everyone in the sect. Moreover, Qinzong's golden dragon of luck had grown to 70 feet, which had exceeded the original range of the 8 supreme celestial sects and reached the standard of the 2 holy lands. Although it was only in 20 to 30 years, it could improve the overall level of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Taking a step back, even if Qinzong was defeated and his providence decreased, it would still be more than what it originally was. Even the Holy Sun Tsang-gu has been defeated. Who else can be Qinzong's opponent? I didn't expect the final winner to be Qinzong. The Tai Yuan Heaven sect made the right bet this time. I don't know why the Tai Yuan Heaven sect didn't let Qinzong come in the first place. The islands in the Dragon Transformation Lake were full of discussions about the battle. Qinzong's name was mentioned again and again. Qinzong hasn't won a complete victory yet. Don't forget, there's still one person who hasn't arrived. Who? The disciple of the Tianlan Sacred Land. I remember. I heard that the person who inherited the Tianlan Sacred Land's luck is the Tianlan Saintess. She seems to be still in seclusion. The Tianlan Saintess. In Taiyuan Pavilion, Qinzong and Qing Chun sat opposite each other. Hearing Qing Chen's words, Qinzong couldn't help but be slightly surprised. That's right. The Saintess of the Endless Sky, Saintess rarely shows herself. Compared to the Holy Sun Tsang-gu, she's even more mysterious. However, one thing is certain. The Saintess of the Endless Sky Saintess strength is not the slightest bit inferior to the Holy Sun Tsang-gu. Qing Chen's tone was serious. The saintess of endless sky hasn't come yet. She seems to be using the sex fortune to cultivate a strange technique in seclusion. She might be a formidable opponent for you. The endless sky saintess had yet to appear, but her momentum was growing stronger and stronger. Everyone was divided into two factions regarding the outcome of the battle between Qinzong and the saintess. One faction believed that Qinzong would eventually defeat the saintess of the endless sky saintess and become invincible. One group believed that the saintess of endless sky would defeat Qinzong and become invincible. There were even some people who argued until their faces and ears turned red, and they drew their swords and drew their weapons, causing a series of conflicts. This situation lasted for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, apart from chatting with Qing Chun, Qinzong stayed in Taiyuan Pavilion and cultivated. Every proud son of heaven who carried the sex fortune was extraordinary in terms of talent, potential, and strength. They were all very powerful and had many things to learn from them. Under the influence of the powerful fortune, Qinzong's perception had increased tremendously. His mind and body were clear, and many problems could be solved in a short time. It was as if his thinking had been strengthened tenfold. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Although the sword momentum was limited by his realm and cultivation and couldn't be deepened, it could be further improved in terms of application. Qinzong also realized that it was unrealistic to use sword techniques to carry the momentum of the sword. In other words, it would only make the momentum of the sword impure. Once it became impure, its power would decrease. Therefore, the momentum of the sword could only be a pure momentum of the sword. One sword could move heaven and earth. Perhaps this was related to his realm being insufficient. If his cultivation could reach the transcendent realm, things would be different. On this day, the calm dragon transformation lake suddenly splashed with waves. Layers of ripples appeared out of nowhere and gradually spread out in a continuous manner. Soon, they covered the entire dragon transformation lake. Some cultivators were shocked to discover this and immediately notified others. Not long after, the edge of the island was full of people, each of them staring at the lake with a dignified or curious expression. There were countless ripples, as if countless fish were emerging from the bottom of the lake. Moreover, as time passed, the ripples became more obvious and more intense. As they spread out, there was a whistling sound, like a gust of wind blowing. The sound of water splashing continued, and the ripples became violent waves. What's going on? Then, a tyrannical aura spread from the distance, constantly increasing, like a storm sweeping over. Boom, boom, boom. A huge roar shook the lake, one after another rhythmically. Every time it sounded, it made everyone's heart beat wildly, and there was an indescribable sense of oppression. What's that? It seems to be a waterspout, a waterspout. Why would a waterspout appear out of nowhere? However, under everyone's gazes, there was indeed a waterspout that was constantly spinning over 100,000 meters away. Its roar was astonishing, and its momentum was vast and earth-shattering. The rumbling was caused by that waterspout. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the waterspout continued to approach, and as it swept over, it constantly absorbed the water of the dragon transformation lake to strengthen itself, twisting its body like a giant pillar that reached the sky. Soon, the waterspout was within 10,000 meters of the crowd, and a terrifying aura swept out, causing everyone to tremble and shiver involuntarily. Even from 10,000 meters away, the edges of the waterspout were like white blades that were madly slicing and rotating. It was at least several hundred meters thick, and its terrifying power made anyone believe that once they entered it, they would be minced into pieces by that incomparably terrifying power. Not even dregs would be left. At the same time, everyone was very puzzled. What was going on? Why would a huge waterspout suddenly appear out of nowhere? Qinzong stood at the top of Taiyuan Pavilion, squinting his eyes slightly. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a figure condensing in the huge waterspout. Moreover, Qinzong had a feeling that the waterspout was coming for him, and a tenacious aura was faintly locking onto him. Is it finally here? Holy Sun Tsangu stood at the top of the island, staring at the huge waterspout. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes, and then a smile appeared on his face. After his defeat, he did not leave immediately, but chose to cultivate in seclusion and then made great progress. Holy Sun Tsangu was confident that if he fought with Chunzong again, he would definitely not lose. I heard that you have won many battles, and Su Huanqing is here to learn from you. I hope that you will not be stingy with your teachings. A somewhat soft and cold voice resounded in all directions. Su Huanqing? Who is that? Someone was puzzled. Su Huanqing. Immediately, someone was startled, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. He stuttered. She is the Tianlan Saintess, the Tianlan Saintess? The Tianlan Saintess. The Tianlan Saintess is finally here. This is the final battle. In the end, it will be Chunzong or the Tianlan Saintess. Today, we will know the result. The Tianlan Saintess. Chunzong muttered, and then a smile appeared on his face. She is finally here. It's time for this battle to begin. He stepped forward, step by step in the air. The air was like water, creating layers of ripples. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chunzong walked from the top of Taiyuan Pavilion to the Dragon Transformation Lake, step by step. Void step! What a shocking technique. Everyone was shocked. Holy Sun Tsangu's face was solemn. His fingers trembled unconsciously, and then he muttered to himself with excitement. Did he improve again? That's good. That's right. After 5 days, Chunzong's application of the Grand Sword Force had improved again. The Void Step just now was an application of the Grand Sword Force. To put it bluntly, it wasn't that profound, but it required a sufficient understanding and mastery of the Grand Sword Force. Holy Sun Tsangu asked himself if he had grasped the Grand Sword Force of heaven and earth in the past 5 days. That's right. He had broken through from the half-step Grand Sword Force of heaven and earth to the true Grand Sword Force of heaven and earth. This was a huge improvement, but it was only at the initial stage. He couldn't do it as naturally as Chunzong. When Chunzong's feet landed on the Dragon Transformation Lake, the surging lake instantly calmed down. Following his footsteps, circles of ripples appeared again. Under everyone's gaze, Chunzong walked step by step toward the huge waterspout. The figure inside the waterspout became clearer and clearer. Rumble. The roar of the huge waterspout was deafening to Chunzong's ears. However, Chunzong didn't see Su Huanqing's figure. He didn't know where she was. Immediately, a 2-meter-long water spear shot out from the waterspout. After tearing through the sky, an incomparably sharp sound rang out. The water spear rotated at high speed, piercing through the sky and leaving a long trail behind it. It shot fiercely toward Chunzong. The power of this attack was astonishing. It was enough to seriously injure or even kill an expert of the 2nd level. However, it was nothing to Chunzong. His figure swayed, and he dodged it. Following that, more water spears shot out from the rotating waterspout. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 100. 102-meter-long water spears pierced through the air at high speed and fiercely blasted toward Chunzong. Such an attack was enough to instantly turn an expert of the 2nd level into dregs. Even an ordinary expert of the 3rd level would be killed. Chunzong's figure was hit. In an instant, it was torn apart and turned into powder. However, it was only an afterimage. Chunzong's real body appeared behind the 100 water spears and walked step by step toward the waterspout. Seeing that the water spears couldn't do anything to Chunzong, the Endless Sky Saintess didn't shoot any more water spears. Suddenly, the huge waterspout expanded and instantly exploded. The explosion of the waterspout, which was several 100 meters thick, was incomparably terrifying. Palm-sized water spears as sharp as swords tore through the sky and fiercely shot toward Chunzong with astonishing power, covering an area of 10,000 meters. Chapter 717. The roar was accompanied by an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air. It made people's scalps tingle and their bodies tremble. They all stared at the scene in horror. Within 10,000 meters, there was only white water, surging wildly. Chunzong's figure seemed to be swallowed up by it. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. A flash of sword light, like lightning, cut through the darkness. As soon as it appeared, it split a part of the water. Chunzong was standing in the middle of it. Boom! At the source of the mighty flow of water, where the huge water tornado was collapsing, a huge deep blue leg stepped out. The huge foot was like a mountain as it heavily stomped on the surface of the lake. It sounded like a heavenly drum being struck. The rumble was shocking, and countless water ripples turned into waves that surged outwards. Boom, boom, boom. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a huge figure stepped out from the collapsing waterspout. It was a gigantic figure that was over 20 meters tall. Its entire body was a deep blue color, and there were countless ripples that swept from the bottom to the top. It was as if there were endless waves sweeping out from it. The dark blue water giant. The dark blue water giant, which was 20 meters tall and more than 10 meters wide, walked toward Chinzong with huge steps. Every step it took on the surface of the lake would cause powerful waves to sweep in all directions. The majestic and shocking pressure rolled over. Even the people who were 10,000 meters away could feel the amazing power. Chinzong's eyes focused. They were as sharp as the tip of a sword. He could vaguely see a figure on the head of the dark blue water giant. That might be Su Huanqing. The dark blue water giant kept approaching. Its extremely powerful aura suppressed Chinzong, making him look dignified. The dark blue water giant raised its right arm. The right side of its body also moved back, like an arrow on a bow. Then, it fiercely punched at Chinzong. With a boom, the void shook as if an invisible drum had been hit. Countless waves of waves spread out crazily and bombarded the surface of the lake, causing a series of explosions. The punch kept enlarging in front of everyone, filling the world. This punch carried an incomparably terrifying might. It was as if a mountain was moving horizontally, but it was also as if a part of the world was collapsing. This was an incomparably tyrannical punch, one that could destroy everything. The surface of the giant fist was filled with endless whirlpools of water, which were like dense blades slashing madly. An incomparably heavy pressure descended from the sky and slammed heavily on Chinzong's body. Compared to the giant fist, Chinzong seemed so small. Shadow. Pressure. It suffocated Chinzong and made him feel as if his body was about to be crushed. Tyrannical. It was simply too tyrannical. The starlight giant that Fang Xingchen had condensed from his celestial heavenly phase paled in comparison. The force of heaven and earth. Chinzong murmured. Holy Sun Songgu's ancient Elysium fist contained the power of heaven and earth, and the blue water giant's fist also contained the power of heaven and earth, but the two were different. The force of heaven and earth was just a general term. It could also be divided into the sword force, the martial force, the saber force, and so on. The force of heaven and earth that Holy Sun Songgu's ancient Elysium fist had activated was the force of heaven, as if it was being suppressed by the heavens. The force of heaven and earth that the blue water giant had activated was the force of water. The Dragon Transformation Lake was 3,000 miles wide. There was no doubt that in such a place, the power of the force of water would be enhanced, which was why such a tyrannical blue water giant could be created. Chinzong had no choice but to use the sword force to resist this punch. He unsheathed the Huanjin sword and slashed. It was an ordinary sword. There was no fancy technique or tyrannical power, but it carried the force of heaven and earth, as if an invisible giant sword had slashed down. Sword force. Bang, bang, bang. Under the sword, the blue water giant's fist seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. Its speed slowed down, and there was a series of explosions. Countless water splashed from the fist. The sword and the fist collided. In front of the giant fist, the long sword was as thin as an embroidery needle, but it blocked this terrible punch. Chinzong's figure was as small as an ant compared to the blue water giant, but he did not retreat in front of the blue water giant. This huge contrast was shocking. Immediately, the dark blue water giant raised its other hand. It seemed to be very slow, but it pulled the air and made a series of explosions. It brought along a shadow, like a dark blue mountain, and fiercely blasted towards Chinzong. Boom! The Dragon Transformation Lake exploded. Thousands of tons of lake water rushed into the sky. Chinzong's figure disappeared. In an instant, he appeared above the blue water giant's head, holding the sword with both hands and fiercely stabbing at the head. Endless water surged crazily, weakening the power of Chinzong's sword. Chinzong could feel the amazing power of the sword that pierced into his body. It hit him again and again, trying to deflect the long sword. At the same time, A tyrannical water spear condensed from the lake and shot through the air. It waved its arms and fiercely attacked Chinzong, who was in the air. The giant palm closed, and the roaring sound seemed to turn the world upside down. The terrible blue shock wave swept across, as if it was going to break the world. The roaring sound made everyone tremble. Everyone looked either dignified or shocked. How could they fight against such a horrible giant in the Dragon Transformation Lake, which was 3,000 miles wide? Even the Holy Sun Sangu felt it was very tricky. The water giant's power is too strong. The shock wave of the water on its body can dissipate the attacks from the outside to the greatest extent. Chinzong thought to himself as he slashed at the blue water giant several times, but it could not cause any damage. He dodged the attack of the water giant's arms. Immediately, Chinzong's eyes fixed on the blue water giant's head, staring at a vague figure inside. Maybe only by attacking there could he defeat the water giant. As for whether it was true or not, he would give it a try. Thinking of this, Chinzong stepped on the void with the mystery of the sword's momentum. Step by step, he flew up to a height of more than 100 meters. The blue water giant was huge, but it was only 20 meters tall and could not get out of the lake. However, it waved its arms and made a terrible roaring sound. Immediately, the surface of the Dragon Transformation Lake exploded, and water columns as thick as thighs shot up to the sky like giant crossbows. All of them were aimed at Chinzong. Chinzong's body was light. He avoided the giant water crossbows and appeared above the blue water giant's head. He held the sword with both hands and slowly raised it. There seemed to be a roaring sound. Higher and higher in the sky, the wind blew and the lake rippled. The momentum of heaven and earth moved with the sword, full of sharpness. The momentum of sword, fully activated. A sword move of wind and clouds. A sword move of 10,000 tides. A sword move of heaven and earth. This sword carried Chinzong's power and fell from the sky. There was no figure, no long sword. Only a sword light fell like a meteor. Roar! The blue water giant raised its head and raised its arms. A horrible momentum shot up to the sky. The lake water within thousands of meters was turbulent and rushed to the sky. This was the most powerful attack of the blue water giant, the most powerful attack of the momentum of water. Boom! It was like a thunder that could split the sky and earth. After a collision, the world lost its color and turned upside down. Everything turned black and white. Every sound was filled with a subtle and sharp sound that kept drilling into the eardrums and piercing the brain. It was very painful. Tens of thousands of tons of water fell from the sky. The roaring sound became louder and louder, replacing everything. It was like 10,000 thunders were exploding in the ears, making everyone deaf. Monstrous waves surged, drowning the nearby islands. It lasted for a full 15 minutes. Gradually, it became quiet. People finally saw clearly that the blue water giant was gone. There were only two figures standing on the rippling lake. One of them was Chinzong, and the other was a woman in a dark blue robe. The robe had an exquisite pattern of water patterns that looked like flowing clouds. It was very lifelike. Her long black hair was soft and smooth, and her face couldn't be seen clearly because she was wearing a blue veil. Her beautiful eyes were black, clear, and deep, as if they could attract everything. Her whole body exuded a mysterious feeling, as if she had merged with the water of the Dragon Transformation Lake. Saintess Su Huanqing, your strength is as powerful as the rumors say, Su Huanqing said. Su Huanqing opened her mouth, her voice as clear and cold as water spreading out like ripples. I wonder if you still have the strength to attack. One sword move, Chinzong replied neither slowly nor quickly. Indeed, to use the momentum of sword to defeat the blue water giant, Chinzong had almost exhausted all of his strength. The remaining strength was barely enough for one more sword move. I don't have the strength to fight anymore, Saintess Su Huanqing said. You won this battle. Chinzong won? Impossible. How could the Saintess lose? She lost. She admitted it herself. A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. With Chinzong's strength, there's nothing impossible. It was as if something had exploded. Countless people were stunned at first, and then they began to discuss. The Golden Dragon of Fortune appeared. The Saintess Golden Dragon of Fortune was 75 feet long, while Chunzong's was 73 feet long. The two were similar in both length and thickness. Chunzong's golden dragon of fortune pounced forward and bit fiercely. The Saint's golden dragon of fortune shrank with a wail, becoming 70 feet long. The golden dragon of luck on Chunzong's body began to swell with a joyful dragon roar. 74 feet, 75 feet, 76 feet, 77 feet. In the end, it stopped at 77 feet long, and its body became thicker. He really won. Chunzong has achieved the path of invincibility. Brother Chun, I really misjudged you. Ching couldn't help but sigh. Then, he felt happy for Chunzong. Next, it should be the land of dragonization's gift. I wonder how many gifts Chunzong will receive from the land of dragonization. The golden dragon of fortune is 77 feet long now. It won't be a problem for it to reach 80 feet, but I don't think it can reach 90 feet. 85 feet at most. Rumble. Chapter 7:18. Rumor had it that there was a dragon vein under the land of dragonization. It was because of the existence of the dragon vein that this place had become the land of dragonization. The invincible path had condensed the dragon vein here, and the dragon vein would also give a gift to the gods' favored ones who had achieved the invincible path. Every time a god's favored ones came here with the luck of the sect, the golden dragon of luck on their bodies would form an invisible, untouchable, and even undetectable connection with the dragon vein in the land of dragonization. Once a god's favored ones achieved the invincible path, this connection would be expanded to the maximum. At that time, a small part of the dragon vein in the land of dragonization would be separated and integrated into the golden dragon of luck, further strengthening it. This was a gift from the dragon vein in the land of dragonization. Of course, this gift was not permanent. Like the plundering of luck, it had a time limit. As time passed, the luck would gradually return to the land of dragonization and return to the dragon vein. As for the duration, it was closely related to the gift received. Different people who received the gift would receive different gifts in the end. I remember that in the past 1,000 years, the most gifts received was 10 feet. That's right, 10 feet. The only time it happened was between 3 feet and 5 feet. Whether it's 3 feet or 5 feet, as long as you receive the gift of the land of dragonization, your luck will be significantly enhanced. For Chunzong's golden dragon of luck, after receiving the gift, it will have no problem reaching 8 feet. It will be a full level up. Whether it's for Chunzong or for the Tai Yuan Sky sect, this is of great significance. The dragon's roar became louder and louder. Countless ripples once again appeared on the calm dragonization lake. The ripples constantly collided and merged, and finally became a huge ripple that swept across the entire dragonization lake. The ground seemed to be affected as well. It shook slightly, and every island was shaking. While everyone was shocked, their eyes fell on the center of the huge ripple. There, something seemed to be about to appear. They all thought of the legend and couldn't help but hold their breaths and open their eyes wide. They stared at it with a trace of hope and excitement in their eyes. When the dragon's roar reached its peak, a black shadow emerged from the bottom of the lake. Immediately, the lake water that was thousands of meters high soared into the sky. In the intense splashes, a glittering figure was faintly discernible. Golden dragon. It was a golden dragon that was over 300 meters long. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. A cold current swept through their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a crocodile, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like a cow. The golden dragon in the sky was awe-inspiring. Chunzong raised his head and looked at the golden dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. His eyes were full of shock. Compared to the golden dragon of luck, which was 77 feet long, it was like a small snake compared to a real dragon. Dragons can be both invisible and bright. They can be thin or huge. They can be short or long. They're the king of all beasts. The 100-foot-long golden dragon was even more astonishing. Amidst the splashes of water, the 100-meter-long golden dragon wandered freely under the boundless sky, and resounding dragon roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Outside the land of dragon transformation, in other places of the Middle Saint continent, pairs of eyes stared over. Each pair of eyes seemed to have substance, as if they could see through the void. The owners of each pair of eyes exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. The dragon vein has appeared. The battle for invincibility has ended. I wonder who achieved the path of invincibility? 77 feet. 77 feet. In the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, the sect master and the mountain masters were trembling with excitement. Their initial thought was that Qinzong could win 2 rounds. Even if he lost the 3rd round, at least the Tai Yuan Heaven sect would regain some luck. What they did not expect was that Qinzong brought them a pleasant surprise. Not only did they win 3 matches in a row, but the Golden Dragon of Destiny had also grown from 15 feet to 73 feet. Even if they lost the 4th match, the Tai Yuan Heaven sect's Golden Dragon of Destiny would still be stronger than before. Now, he had won another round, and his Golden Dragon of Luck had grown to 77 feet. 77 feet. The strength of this providence already surpassed the original providence of the 2 Holy Lands. Even if Qinzong lost the next round, his Golden Dragon of Luck would still be more than 77 feet long, which was the standard of the 2 Holy Lands. They did not know that Qinzong did not need to fight anymore, because Qinzong had defeated his last opponent and achieved the path of invincibility. After the 100-meter-long Golden Dragon soared through the 9 heavens, it stopped in front of Qinzong. Its huge body lowered slightly, and its huge head looked down at him. Its tail swayed back and forth in the air, stirring up gusts of whistling wind. The huge golden eyes stared at Qinzong, making Qinzong feel as if he had been seen through. It was as if all his secrets could be seen through by the pair of golden eyes. Nothing could be hidden from them. For no reason, Qinzong felt nervous. Anyone who was stared at by such a huge beast would feel nervous. Qinzong was very sure that if this golden dragon wanted to deal with him, perhaps it only needed to blow a breath to kill him. The golden dragon stared at Qinzong for about 10 breaths. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and roared again in the sky. Powerful sound waves rolled and rushed toward Qinzong. Qinzong felt as if he was about to be disintegrated. Immediately, the Golden Dragon of Luck in the sect condensed on his body and rose up. It faced the 100-meter-long Golden Dragon of Luck from a distance and also roared in the sky, as if it was echoing. Then, the 100-meter-long Golden Dragon of Luck opened its mouth and spat out a golden light. The golden light fell from the sky like a meteor and hit the Golden Dragon of Luck hovering above Qinzong's head. In an instant, the golden light hit the Golden Dragon of Luck. The roar of the Golden Dragon of Luck became louder and louder in the sky, full of joy. The gift has begun. 80 feet is definitely not a problem. I wonder how much it will reach in the end. Qinzong looked up and saw the Golden Dragon of Luck above his head slowly expanding under the golden light. 78 feet, 79 feet, 88 feet. It was almost certain that it would reach 80 feet. Now, it had become a reality. However, it did not stop. The Golden Dragon of Luck continued to expand. 81 feet, 82 feet, 82 feet. It should be about there, someone murmured. However, the growth did not stop. 83 feet, 84 feet, 85 feet. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. However, the growth did not stop. 86 feet, 9 feet. It has already grown 9 feet. It still hasn't stopped. Is it going to grow by 10 feet? 87 feet. It grew by 10 feet. However, the crowd was even more shocked because they could see that the Golden Dragon of Luck above Qinzong's head was still growing. 88 feet. It broke the record, someone murmured to himself. 88 feet was equivalent to an increase of 10 feet in length. It broke the record in the past 1,000 years. However, the growth continued. 89 feet. Is it going to reach 90 feet? Many people asked rhetorically. They immediately shook their heads. It was impossible. It had already grown from 70 feet to 80 feet. How could it reach 90 feet? Not only were the people in the Dragon Transformation Lake shocked, but the people in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect were also extremely shocked. They stared at the growing Golden Dragon of Luck with their eyes wide open. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. This growth was different from the previous growth. It was a continuous growth. The same thought involuntarily appeared in everyone's mind. It was an incredible and even absurd thought. Shenzong had won. He had defeated all his opponents and was on the path to invincibility. Was this possible? Impossible. However, what was going on with the growth of the Golden Dragon of Luck? Apart from that explanation, in addition to being shocked, everyone was also overjoyed and excited. They were extremely excited. There was no reason not to be excited. The continuous growth of the Golden Dragon of Luck meant that the sect's luck was also increasing. The higher the luck, the better. In the next few decades, the Tai Yuan Heaven sect would usher in a period of rapid development. There might even be another God-favored son who was on the path to invincibility. By then, the Tai Yuan Heaven sect would be in a period of rapid development for the next few decades. Everything would change in a better direction. 90 feet. When the Golden Dragon of Luck reached 90 feet, everyone began to tremble uncontrollably. Their bodies were trembling from head to toe. On the Dragon Transformation Lake, everyone was stunned. 9 was the limit. Previously, they had guessed that if Holy Sun Tsangu kept winning, his Golden Dragon of Luck would reach 90 feet. If he received the gift of the Dragon Vein in the land of Dragon Transformation, it would be possible for it to reach 93 or even 95 feet. However, at that time, Holy Sun Tsangu's Golden Dragon of Luck had already reached 87 feet long. It was not far from 90 feet. However, Shenzong's Golden Dragon of Luck was only 77 feet long. It had grown from 77 feet to 90 feet, which was an increase of 13 feet. Such an increase was rare even in the past 10,000 years, let alone 1,000 years. After the Golden Dragon of Luck grew to 90 feet, it began to slow down. The golden light from the 100-foot Golden Dragon of Luck also gradually weakened. 91 feet. In the end, the Golden Dragon of Luck stopped at 91 feet long. 9 was the limit. If the Golden Dragon of Luck could reach 99 feet long, it would be even more amazing and the benefits would be greater. However, Shenzong's Golden Dragon of Luck was too low. If it had the same starting point as Holy Sun Tsangu's, it might have reached 99 feet long. However, there were no ifs. If it could reach 99 feet long, it was already the limit. This was beyond the power of luck of the two Holy Lands. Its impact on the Tai Yuan Heaven sect was indescribable. Now, when the 91 feet Golden Dragon of Luck entered his body, Shenzong's body shook. A cool and refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. His essence, qi, and spirit were all significantly affected. For a moment, there seemed to be countless mysteries emerging in his mind. However, there were too many mysteries, and they emerged all at once. Shenzong felt overwhelmed. Wisdom empowerment. After the gift, the 100-foot Golden Dragon of Luck's huge body flew up in an extremely graceful manner. It raised its head to the sky and let out an incomparably high-altitude roar. Then, after circling the sky 9 times, it turned into a golden flowing light and dove down at an astonishing speed, plunging into the Dragon Transformation Lake. Chapter 719. The sky was blue and cloudless. Only the wind was blowing. Brother Chun, goodbye. Ching Chun cupped his hands and smiled. Next time we meet, maybe we will both become transcendents. Then we will meet again after becoming transcendents. Shenzong smiled and cupped his hands to bid farewell to Ching Chun. The Holy Son of Tsangu walked on the waves, accompanied by the momentum. Shenzong knew that he had mastered the real momentum of heaven and earth. Without saying anything, Shenzong could feel the Holy Son of Tsangu's fighting spirit. It was a fighting spirit that was delayed. Shenzong didn't say anything. He just looked over and responded. No matter when, if he wanted to fight, he would fight. Their eyes met. After the momentum collided, the Holy Son of Tsangu turned and left. An extremely sharp cry resounded through heaven and earth, piercing through the clouds. A huge figure descended from the sky. It was the heavenly wings of Sheng Yuan. The battle of the road to invincibility in the land of Dragon Transformation had ended. Shenzong naturally didn't need to stay here any longer. It was time for him to return to the sect. Good disciple, haha. A figure jumped down from the heavenly wings of Sheng Yuan's back and laughed heartily. It was the Lord of Mount Sangyu. Master, why are you here? Shenzong was surprised. Of course I'm here. How can I not be here? The Lord of Mount Songyu was still laughing excitedly. The more he looked at Qinzong, the more satisfied he was. He felt that he had made the right choice in accepting Qinzong as his disciple. He had made him proud. You are now the pride of the sect. No harm can be done to you. To be honest, the Lord of Mount Songyu was worried about other people coming, so he came personally. Qinzong was the Lord of Mount Songyu's disciple. No one could argue with him if he rushed over. The expressionless protector also appeared. He bowed to the Lord of Mount Songyu, but he still didn't say a word. Let's go. Let's return to the sect now. The dark feather mountain master smiled. The three of them sat on the back of Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings, and a sharp cry resounded through the sky. Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings flapped, stirring up a gust of wind that blew up the dragon transformation lake. Then, with a sharp roar, the heavenly wings soared into the sky. At high speed, the friction between its huge body and the air created countless sparks. Its wings even cut through the air, leaving behind two straight trails of burning red flames as it soared into the sky. It was at least 1,000 meters long. Thousands of meters in the sky, Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings flew at an astonishing speed. Qinzong looked back at the dragon transformation lake and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It was here that he defeated one powerful opponent after another and underwent a transformation. Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings flew at full speed. In less than half a day, they had already flown out of the land of dragon transformation and out of the Middle Saint continent. Sitting cross-legged on the back of Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings, Qinzong closed his eyes and focused on the various mysteries that were constantly emerging in his mind. This was a change brought about by the golden dragon of luck, which had reached a length of 91 meters. It allowed him to more easily feel the various mysteries, but he had to sort them out. Otherwise, if too many mysteries rushed at him, it would be incomparably chaotic. Not only would he end up with nothing, but it would also interfere with his thoughts. Qinzong could feel that his essence, qi, and soul were slowly transforming under the influence of the golden dragon of luck. The most intuitive feeling was that his body had become lighter, and his thinking speed had become faster. With just a thought, his body and his strength would react faster than usual. This had unimaginable benefits for battle. Just imagine, the faster he reacted, the faster he could attack the enemy, and even release more attacks at the same time. In addition, Qinzong also felt that his mind had become lighter. His consciousness had become lighter, and he could bear the burden of more minor true meanings. This meant that in the pseudo-transcendent realm, Qinzong could comprehend and grasp more minor true meanings. As Qinzong focused and slowly sorted out his comprehension, soon, another minor true meaning was grasped by Qinzong. It was one of the minor true meanings of the true meaning of thunder and lightning. The true intent of thunder also had 4 minor true intents. The true intent of lightning possessed astonishing speed and an extremely dazzling radiance. The true intent of ardent thunder was able to emit a blazing heat similar to flames. There was also the true intent of explosive thunder, which possessed an incomparably violent strength. The true intent of thunder annihilation was able to annihilate everything. At this point, other than the 5 minor true intents of the true intent of sword, the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of water, the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of fire, and the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of wind, Qinzong had grasped a 5th minor true intent. In total, he had grasped 18 minor true meanings. Since ancient times, those who were able to comprehend 10 types of minor true intent were all heaven's chosen, and those who could comprehend 15 types of minor true intent were even rarer. As for Qinzong, he had already surpassed 15 types, reaching 18. However, this was not his limit, and he could still continue to comprehend and improve. Time passed by, and the heavenly wings of Saint Yuan flew out of the Middle Saint continent and entered another continent, quickly flying in the direction of the supreme origin continent. This process took about half a month. On the first day, Qinzong comprehended the true meaning of thunder and lightning. On the second day, Qinzong comprehended the true meaning of fierce thunder. After grasping these 2 minor true meanings, Qinzong once again felt a burden on his knowledge sea, but it wasn't very strong. On the third day, Chunzong comprehended the true meaning of thunder and lightning. On the fourth day, Chunzong comprehended the true meaning of thunder and lightning. At this point, the number of minor true meanings that Chunzong had grasped had reached 21, which was extremely shocking. The burden has become obvious, but it hasn't reached the limit yet. Maybe I can continue to comprehend. Chunzong thought to himself as he once again tried to comprehend the profoundness that constantly appeared in his mind. This time, Chunzong comprehended the four minor true intents of the true intent of metal. Gold-edged true meaning. Gold-edged true meaning. Gold-edged true meaning. Glorious gold-edged true meaning. But the comprehension of these four minor true intents was much slower than the comprehension of the four minor true intents of the true intent of thunder. After all, it was getting closer and closer to the burden on his spiritual sea. Chunzong wasn't sure if he could completely comprehend and grasp the four minor true intents of the true intent of metal. On the sixth day, Chunzong comprehended the gold-edged true meaning. On the eighth day, Chunzong was comprehending the gold-edged true meaning. With the help of the sword-edged true meaning, the difficulty of comprehending the gold-edged true meaning decreased. At the same time, the heavenly wings of Saint Yuan flew to the sky above a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. Without any warning, a wisp of darkness silently appeared and rapidly spread out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it filled a corner of the sky and completely enveloped the mountain. At the same time, the green Feather Mountain Lord's eyes emitted a terrifying light that resembled lightning. Following that, the guardian also opened his eyes. There seemed to be a whirlpool spinning madly in his deep eyes. Chunzong, who was in the midst of comprehending the gold-edged true meaning, was the third to feel that something was wrong. He stopped comprehending and opened his eyes, only to see darkness. That darkness was like an incomparably huge bowl that was upside down, covering the entire mountain. Chunzong's group and the heavenly wings of Saint Yuan were naturally within that darkness. Wisps of gloomy, cold, and evil aura constantly spread out from the surrounding darkness. Gradually, they formed cyclones that constantly collided with each other and turned into tornadoes that swept across everyone's bodies. The green Feather Mountain Lord, the Guardian, and the heavenly wings of Saint Yuan were still fine. After all, they were all in the profound heaven stage. However, Chunzong did not feel good. His entire body involuntarily felt cold. From the outside to the inside, waves of cold eroded his body, as if it was about to freeze him. His pure yang blood and qi surged violently as he tried his best to resist the cold. However, he still felt that his strength was not enough. It was extremely difficult. Chunzong felt that his pure yang blood and qi was circulating slower and slower, as if it was about to solidify. His bones, muscles, and internal organs were also affected and were about to be frozen. His skin began to turn blue and wisps of gray frost spread out from his hair. Not only was his body strongly affected, even his mind and consciousness were affected. His thoughts gradually became rigid and his consciousness gradually sank, as if he was about to fall into a bottomless ice abyss. Chunzong constantly resisted, only to find that his resistance was so weak and insignificant. The difference between them was too big. However, if he continued to sink, it was very likely that he would never wake up again. Suddenly, a vast and mighty aura swept across Chunzong's body and enveloped him. All the cold and sinister aura was expelled from his body in an instant. Chunzong also quickly woke up. It was the green Feather Mountain Lord. The green Feather Mountain Lord sensed that Chunzong was in danger and immediately used his power to protect Chunzong. The cold and sinister aura grew stronger and stronger, accompanied by waves of bloody, killing intent. Howling sounds reverberated in all directions, as if ghosts were wandering between heaven and earth. The green Feather Mountain Lord's expression slowly turned serious. The Guardian's expression did not change, but one could see the seriousness in his eyes. "Who are you? Show yourself." The green Feather Mountain Lord's shout was like the sound of heaven. A terrifying power swept out, destroying the cold and sinister cyclones within 1,000 meters and scattering the evil wind. Keek keek, suddenly, a hoarse and strange laughter filled with evil rang out. It was hard to tell where it came from, and it carried a fluctuation that disturbed one's mind. Leave Chun's zone behind, and the two of you can leave alive. After the laughter, there was a warning filled with evil killing intent. It's coming for me. Chen Zong frowned slightly. He did not know who would go to such great lengths to deal with him. Sheng Yuan, protect Chen Zong. The green Feather Mountain Lord patted Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings and ordered. Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings responded with a cry. Immediately, a translucent golden light rose up and enveloped Chen Zong's body. This was the power of Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings. If they wanted to kill Chen Zong, they had to first break through this layer of power. Only by letting Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings protect Chen Zong could the Green Feather Mountain Lord and his guardian free up their hands to kill the enemy. Since you don't want to leave, then leave your lives behind. The dark and evil voice sounded once again. Immediately, numerous figures condensed and appeared from the surrounding darkness. They quickly flew out and pounced over with shocking evil killing intent. The faces of the black figures could not be seen clearly, as if they were pure shadows. They carried an astonishing chill and evil aura, and the aura they emitted was very tyrannical. They were all at the transcendent realm, but it was difficult to tell which transcendent realm they were at. The Green Feather Mountain Lord and his guardian did not dare to underestimate them. Having lived to this age, they had experienced countless battles and countless life and death situations. They would not underestimate them at all. Chapter 720. Darkness shrouded the area, filled with coldness, evil, and blood. It was boundless, as if they had fallen into a dark hell. Hundreds of terrifying transcendent realm evil shadows flew over from all directions, their eerie laughter echoing from all directions. The Blue Feather Mountain Master and his protector's expressions remained unchanged, but Chun Zong, who was under the protection of the heavenly wings of Saint Origin, was aghast. The evil laughter was very sharp, and it constantly entered his ears. Even if he sealed his eardrums, he could not stop the sound from transmitting. It was as if it was directly echoing in his mind. This evil laughter made Chun Zong feel very uncomfortable. His entire consciousness felt like it was being pierced and torn apart. Chun Zong had no choice but to guard himself and try his best to resist. The power of the Golden Dragon of Destiny also appeared to help Chun Zong resist, preventing him from becoming deranged. One had to know that most pseudo-transcendents would not be able to withstand this kind of evil laughter. They would immediately become deranged and bleed from their 7 orifices. The Blue Feather Mountain Master made his move. He raised his hand and straightened his palm like a blade. As he slashed through the air, a grayish-white blade light shot out. The blade light was only the length of a palm at first, but in the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 10 meters long and continued to grow until it exceeded 100 meters. The 100-meter-long grayish-white blade light twisted and streaked through the air. Dozens of black shadows were directly cut through. They instantly let out sharp cries before they twisted and collapsed, exploding into clouds of black smoke. The protector also made his move. His left hand gently pressed against the air. His palm trembled slightly, and with a bang, it was as if a heavenly fire had struck. An explosive scarlet light covered the area in front of him. Dozens of black shadows instantly turned into black smoke and exploded. Only sharp and shrill cries could be heard echoing in the air. After a few attacks, hundreds of terrifying black shadows were annihilated under the attacks of the Blue Feather Mountain Master and his protector. Petty tricks, come out with your true body. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord focused his gaze, and a cold glint flashed past like a bolt of lightning, seemingly penetrating through the darkness. A terrifying aura filled the surroundings, condensing into a corporeal radiance that resembled crescent moons, revolving and slicing around. The protector was also surrounded by a scorching red aura. It was extremely terrifying, as expected of the Lord of Green Feather Mountain. You are indeed powerful. However, Chen Zong must die today. The sinister and cold voice became increasingly high-pitched and sharp. The surrounding darkness began to fluctuate violently. Strange rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere. Soon after, the darkness in all four directions began to twist and turn into a 100-meter-wide vortex. That dark vortex seemed to be connected to the door of the abyss, and was spewing out incomparably shocking evil. Roar, roar, roar. Four terrifying roars rang out, and from the four black vortex portals, a sinister head rushed out. The head looked very strange. It looked like a bear's head, a snake's head, or a combination of the heads of many different animals. Soon after, the body appeared. It had a long neck, a fat and round body, a pair of bat-like wings that were small compared to the body, and a long tail. The tip of the tail was like an anchor. Scarlet eyes, nostrils that emitted a strong smell of sulfur, thick limbs, and sharp claws. Its entire body emitted an incomparably dark and evil aura. Demonic creatures. The blue feather mountain master frowned, and his expression became increasingly solemn. What made him feel so solemn was not the strength of the four monsters. In fact, the blue feather mountain master did not think that they were very strong. It was the identities of the four monsters and the meaning behind them. Demonic creatures. They were the mortal enemies of the human race. Remnants of the ancient heaven demon hall. It's really you. The blue feather mountain master roared, and his palms slashed out like blades. Boom, boom. Two huge grayish-white blade lights that were hundreds of meters long pierced through the air and attacked two of the demonic creatures. As for the other two, they were left to the protector. The small wings of the four demonic creatures flapped at an astonishing speed, and the buzzing sound they emitted was sharp and sharp. It was as if tens of thousands of poisonous bees were flying, and they all rushed over. Their target was Chun Zong, who was on the back of Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings. The true goal of the remnants of the ancient heaven demon hall was to kill Chun Zong. This was because Chun Zong had achieved the invincible path and obtained the dragon vein of the land of dragon transformation. It was too shocking. It allowed the golden dragon of luck to grow from 77 feet to 91 feet long. If Chun Zong brought the golden dragon of luck back to the Tai Yuan heaven sect and combined it with the golden dragon of luck in the Tai Yuan heaven sect, the huge amount of luck would begin to affect the Tai Yuan heaven sect. As for Chun Zong himself, under the imperceptible influence of the huge golden dragon of luck, his potential would become even more shocking. If the ancient heaven demon hall wanted to rise again from the ashes, some obstacles had to be removed to prevent another strong enemy in the future. Being targeted by the four demonic creatures, Chun Zong's hair stood on end. The pressure was too great. It was as if endless darkness had enveloped him. He couldn't hear anything, see anything, or feel anything. This feeling made him go crazy. Fortunately, Chun Zong's mental will was incomparably tough. He could withstand it for a while, and with the help of the Golden Dragon of Luck, he could hold on for a longer time. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and his protector attacked the four demonic creatures at the same time, but they were unable to defeat them. The four demonic creatures' strength had already reached the profound sky realm, and their bodies were incomparably strong. After enduring the attacks of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and his protector, the four demonic creatures continued to charge towards Chun Zong, who was on the back of Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings. They were determined to kill Chun Zong with a single strike. Chun Zong's hair stood on end. He felt that the four demonic creatures could easily turn him into ashes with a single strike. Evil creature, how dare you? With a loud roar, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's hand flashed with a saber light. It was the Blue Feather Mountain's inherited treasure, the Blue Feather Sky Splitter Saber. The Blue Feather Sky Splitter Saber was a top-grade spiritual weapon with astonishing power. With the saber in hand, the saber light surrounding the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain became even more dazzling and powerful. Slash! The Blue Feather Sky Splitter Saber slashed out. The grayish-white saber light was as light as a feather and as swift and violent as a storm. The saber light pierced through the air and directly tore a black scar in the void. With unparalleled power and killing intent, it slashed towards one of the demonic creatures. The demonic creature that had blocked the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's palm strike with its strong body became extremely weak under the Blue Feather Sky Splitter Saber Light. The Saber Light instantly tore apart a layer of defensive power on its skin, then tore apart its extremely tough skin and broke into its flesh. A bone-chilling chi-chi sound was heard continuously. The grayish-white saber light pierced through the demonic creature, bringing with it a stream of black liquid as it attacked another demonic creature. The protector also put on a pair of ordinary-looking scarlet gloves. Suddenly, a flame emerged from the gloves. The flame was extremely hot, as if it could burn everything to ashes. He pressed both of his palms forward, and the blazing flame condensed into 2 scarlet palm prints. Each palm print was more than 10 meters in size. They were extremely condensed and carried with them astonishing violence as they ruthlessly blasted towards the 2 demonic creatures. Boom! Boom! The 2 demonic creatures were directly sent flying by the terrifying force. The defenses on their bodies were broken, and the 2 palm prints landed on them. An astonishing force continuously invaded their bodies. The 4 demonic creatures at the profound sky realm were killed by the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and the Protector one after another. Shinzong's crisis was resolved. Suddenly, 2 black shadows appeared silently behind the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and the Protector. The 2 black shadows were like 2 people shadows. They reached out with one hand. Their hands were like sharp claws, but also like daggers. They were suffused with an incomparably cold, jet-black luster. Chunzong saw this scene, but before he could warn them, the 2 black shadows had already launched their attacks. They ruthlessly stabbed towards the backs of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and the Protector. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was stronger than the Protector. Just as the black shadow's attack was about to hit his back, he felt a fatal danger. The instincts that had been tempered by countless life and death situations erupted, and he quickly reacted. The saber light that was originally revolving around his body instantly gathered behind his back. It was like a soft armor that firmly protected his back from the attack. The attack was extremely powerful. Although it was slightly obstructed, it still broke through the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's defense and stabbed into his back. However, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain had already reacted. He turned around and attacked with his saber. With one slash, the black shadow was sliced apart, and it let out a tragic cry. At the same time, the Protector also turned around to counterattack after receiving the attack. His palms were extremely violent and blazing as they ruthlessly bombarded the black shadow's body, causing it to explode. However, the Protector's reaction was slightly slower than the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, so he suffered more serious injuries. Demonic poison. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain felt an intense pain spread from his back to his entire body. The intense pain felt like countless small worms were wriggling all over his body. They constantly opened their mouths that were filled with sharp teeth to bite him. His body gradually turned numb, and his strength seemed to be slowly draining away. His expression changed drastically. Demonic poison. This was a type of poison from the heaven ancient demonic hall. 1,000 years ago, it caused people to tremble in fear. After being poisoned by the demonic poison, if one did not have an antidote, they would have to constantly endure the pain of the demonic poison's corrosion. Their entire body would gradually turn numb, and they would find it difficult to circulate their strength. However, they would also feel intense pain. There were 2 ways to cure the demonic poison. The first was to have an antidote. The second was to have someone help and force the demonic poison out of the body with powerful strength. Under such circumstances, neither of the 2 methods would work. The Protector's situation was even worse. His cultivation was inferior to the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, and his reaction was slightly slower. The demonic poison in his body was even more severe. His limbs were numb, and it was difficult for him to mobilize his strength. Keek, Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, I told you to leave, but you didn't. Now that you've been poisoned, you can't leave even if you want to. The cold and evil voice sounded again. Just as well. After getting rid of Chunzong, I'll get rid of all of you. Sneaky fellow, you still don't dare to come out? The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain mocked as he mobilized his strength to resist the demonic poison. You've been poisoned. How much strength do you have left? Even if I come out, What can you do to me?" As the voice sounded, a figure stepped out from the darkness. It was a figure covered in a black robe. His face could not be seen, and the aura he exuded was extremely powerful. It was also incomparably dark, cold, and evil. As he appeared, the darkness behind him seemed to move, crushing towards the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and the Protector. Chapter 7:21. The Red Thunder Sword was finally unsheathed. The darkness seemed to be getting thicker, and the evil and cold aura was like a storm, raging wildly. The Protector's face was getting paler and paler. His body swayed as if he could no longer stay in the air and was about to fall. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain had a higher cultivation and was more powerful, so he had less demonic poison in his body. Therefore, he could hold on for a while longer, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The surviving member of the ancient Sky Demon Palace was at the advanced stage of the profound Heavens realm. At this level, he was not inferior to him. If he was at his peak, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was not confident that he could kill him, let alone now. With the demonic poison in his body, he could only use 60% of his strength. Moreover, the longer the battle dragged on, the less strength he could use. As for the heavenly winged Saint Yuan, he was at the early stage of the profound Heavens realm. In front of an expert at the advanced stage of the profound Heavens realm, he was nothing. He could be easily killed. Who wanted to die? The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain did not want to die, but if he had to, it was not unacceptable. As a martial artist, one had to disregard life and death. What really worried the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was his disciple, Chunzong. He was extremely talented and had extraordinary potential. Now, he had inherited the fate of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and was on the path of invincibility. He had also received the gift of the Dragon Vein in the land of Dragon Transformation, which made his golden dragon of luck reach 91 feet. This astonishing length had not been seen in the past 10,000 years. If he could return to the Tai Yuan Heaven sect alive, the fate of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect would increase even more. Moreover, Chunzong's future achievements were unimaginable. Perhaps he would become an emperor expert. If Chunzong died here, everything would vanish. Even his golden dragon of luck would be shattered. At that time, only a part of it would be able to return to the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. No matter what, he could die, but Chunzong could not die here. There was only determination in his heart. Without any hesitation, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain performed a forbidden skill. The reason why forbidden skills were forbidden was that they could not be performed normally because of the strong side effects. Some forbidden skills, once performed, the user would definitely die. This forbidden technique was called Heavenly Saber Penetration. The Green Feather Mountain Lord was incomparably fast. His left hand rapidly tapped on his body more than 10 times. Every tap produced a dong-dong-dong sound. Every time he tapped, he mobilized all the energy he could muster. A series of sounds resounded within the body of the Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Master. His body trembled uncontrollably. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord's complexion turned pale, as though he had lost too much blood. Following that, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord threw the Dark Feather Space Splitter Blade in his hand into the air. The Dark Feather Space Splitter Blade seemed to have a mind of its own as it floated above the Dark Feather Mountain Lord's head before falling down like a meteor. Chunzong widened his eyes in shock, but there was nothing he could do. The Blue Feather Space Rending Blade pierced through the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's head without any obstruction, piercing into his body. This was no different from suicide. However, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord did not die because he had used a forbidden technique. When the Blue Feather Sky Splitter Blade entered his body, a powerful energy burst forth from the blade and engulfed the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's entire body. In an instant, the powerful demonic poison was like a docile little sheep that shrank back and did not move. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord did not need to divert his energy to suppress it anymore. However, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord helplessly realized that the demonic poison was too terrifying. Although it was temporarily suppressed, the power of the Blue Feather Space Splitter Blade was delayed, causing him to be unable to increase his strength at all. Originally, after using the forbidden technique, Heavenly Blade Penetration, the Blue Feather Space Splitter Blade would enter his body and he would be able to obtain the power of the Blue Feather Space Splitter Blade. His strength would become even more powerful than when he was wielding the blue feather space splitter blade. At the very least, with his cultivation level at the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, he would be able to reach the 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, close to the 9th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. He would even be able to contend against someone at the 9th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. It could not be helped. The demonic poison was too powerful. However, it was fortunate that he could use all of his strength. With a loud boom, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. Rays of blade chi and blade light filled the air. Remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall, die. As the blue feather mountain lord shouted, he used his hand as a blade and ruthlessly slashed out. 100-meter-long blade light pierced through the air. Although he did not obtain the power of the blue feather space splitter blade, he was able to use the sharpness of the blue feather space splitter blade on his palm, causing the power of his palm blade to become even more powerful. It was not much weaker than wielding the blue feather space splitter blade. Final struggle. An evil laughter resounded in all directions. The black robe of the remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall shook. It was as if there was a strong wind blowing under the black robe. Facing the blue feather mountain lord's blade, he did not dodge and directly clawed out. Black demon sky-ripping claw. With a hoarse and evil voice, the claw struck out. The pitch-black palm was like the sharp claws of some kind of demonic creature. It grew with the wind and turned into a pitch-black demonic claw that was over 10 meters long. The claw was incomparably sharp and brought with it a shocking amount of smoke and an evil aura. It tore the sky apart. Slash! 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 The blue feather mountain lord's palms were like blades as he continuously slashed out. Beams of 100-meter-long blade light pierced through the air and blasted out continuously. They were either in a straight line or in an arc, but all of them were aimed at the remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall. The power of the black demon's sky-ripping claw was shocking. It shattered a few beams of blade light before shattering. However, the remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall shook his black robe, and with a rustling sound, it seemed to expand infinitely. In a flash, it split into 2 and then into 4. The 4 black-robed men surrounded the blue feather mountain lord and attacked as if they were real. Black demon's sky-ripping claw. 4 gigantic pitch-black demonic claws that were filled with killing intent and evil aura tore through the heavens and earth, forming a demonic claw cage that surrounded the blue feather mountain lord. A terrifying pressure that was like the abyss rushed over. The blue feather mountain lord's face was solemn. As for the Tao protector, he was unable to help at all. Almost all of his strength was used to resist the demonic poison in his body. It was already very difficult for him to remain in the air. Shinzong was helpless. With his strength, he would be killed the moment he got close. There was nothing he could do. As for Heavenly Wing's Sheng Yuan, he was unable to interfere in such a battle. The difference between them was obvious. The remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall only needed one attack to kill Heavenly Wing Sheng Yuan. The 4 black demon sky-ripping claws tore through the air. The blue feather mountain lord had no choice but to use all of his strength to resist. Many beams of blade light slashed through the air. They were incomparably powerful, and all 4 black demon sky-ripping claws were shattered. Blue feather sky-ripping slash. He clasped his palms together and raised them up high. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful blade light shot out. The blade light soared into the sky. The grayish-white color was incomparably dense, as if it was going to pierce through the darkness. A boundless aura spread out. Shortly after, the clasped palms slashed forward. With a boom, the blade light that was hundreds of meters long slashed out. It tore the sky apart, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. This blade was the blue feather mountain lord's strongest move. The situation before him was like this. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Hence, he had to quickly finish off his opponent and end the battle. A blade slashed through the air. The terrifying blade light emitted an astonishing power that constantly pulled everything in all directions. The remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall couldn't dodge. They were slashed by the blade and exploded into pieces. It was as if the remnant of the heavenly ancient demon hall had been killed by this blade. However, The Blue Feather Mountain Lord's expression became increasingly solemn. Just now, he felt that he hadn't slashed anything. Those were just 4 illusory figures. Keek keek die. An evil laughter that was filled with killing intent rang out. A black figure rushed towards Heavenly Wings Sheng Yuan at an astonishing speed. No, it should be said that it was rushing towards Chunzong, who was on Heavenly Wings Sheng Yuan's back. Chunzong was the true target of the remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall. Stop! The Blue Feather Mountain Lord was almost scared out of his wits. He didn't care about anything else and forcefully unleashed his strength. With a boom, his body seemed to spurt out a blazing light that bombarded behind him, causing a series of tremors. His entire person was like a meteor falling from the sky, rapidly rushing towards Chunzong. I've been waiting for you. The remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall sneered coldly. His figure appeared again. One flew towards Chunzong, while the other flew towards the Blue Feather Mountain Lord. No matter what, Chunzong couldn't be lost. In the end, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord suffered another attack from the remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall. The suppressed devil poison seemed to have received external help and instantly erupted. With a boom, the blue feather space splitter blade broke through his body, causing blood to spurt out. It also caused the Blue Feather Mountain Lord's strength to leak out. He couldn't withstand it at all and fell down. The remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall's target was Chunzong. However, he also wanted to use Chunzong to kill the Blue Feather Mountain Lord. As long as he killed the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, he could kill the remaining Chunzong whenever he wanted. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Right now, although the Blue Feather Mountain Lord wasn't dead, he was equivalent to being crippled. He was no longer a threat. As for the Tao Protector, he was on the verge of collapse. He was also like a cripple. The heavenly wings of Sheng Yuan protected Chunzong as they flew at their fastest speed. However, the remnant of the Heavenly Ancient Demon Hall was even faster. Keek keek, according to this demon lord's past habits, I should first capture you alive and then slowly deal with you. Unfortunately, I can't afford to lose you. You could die now. The black-robed man continued to approach, giving Chunzong an extremely strong pressure. A mere pseudo-transcendent. For this demon lord to personally set up this trap, you could be considered to be dying with honor. The Red Thunder Sword was already in Chunzong's hand. Enduring the incomparably terrifying pressure, Chunzong narrowed his eyes and stared at the black-robed man who was constantly approaching. There was only one chance. Chunzong didn't know if he could kill the other party with the Red Thunder Sword, but he had to try. If he could, then he would be able to live and bring away his master and the Blue Feather Mountain Lord and his Tao Protector. If he couldn't, then he would die here today. For a moment, Chunzong's heart completely calmed down. He no longer cared about life and death, because at this moment, it would be useless to panic. When his heart calmed down, Chunzong's breathing also became long and deep. His mind was incomparably focused, and the black-robed man, who was approaching at an astonishing speed, became clearer. Slash! With a low shout, Chunzong used all his strength and slashed out with the Red Thunder Sword. Fine, in such a crisis, I'll lend you a hand. A sigh sounded in Chunzong's mind, causing Chunzong to be stunned. In an instant, the Red Thunder Sword burst forth with an incomparably shocking aura. With a bang, the Red Thunder Sword shattered in an instant, turning into an incomparably dazzling scarlet sword light that tore through the sky. It shot toward the black-robed man with unparalleled speed. Chapter 722. Between heaven and earth, darkness shrouded all directions, as if a giant bowl had been placed upside down on the ground. The darkness was incomparably heavy and emitted a frighteningly cold aura. However, this place was remote and desolate. There were very few people, so no one noticed the abnormality here. Suddenly, the darkness trembled. A red light shone in a certain area, becoming more and more intense and dazzling. In less than 1,000th of a breath, the red light pierced through the darkness with incomparable sharpness, cutting a 10,000-meter-long crack in the void. Terrifying blackness could be seen within the crack. Space had really been torn apart. When a crack appeared in the darkness, it was like a leaking balloon, constantly shrinking, fading, and gradually disappearing from a world. Master! Master! Shinzong landed beside the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and anxiously shouted. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's face was pale. He struggled to open his eyes. His vision was blurry, but he could vaguely see Shinzong's face. He forced his mouth to move and said with great difficulty, "Go, Master, hold on." Shinzong hurriedly carried the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain and placed him on the heavenly wings of Sheng Yuan's back. He also carried the Protector and placed him on the heavenly wings of Sheng Yuan's back. Then he lifted the black-robed man's corpse and threw it on the heavenly wings of Sheng Yuan's back. Sheng Yuan quickly returned to the sect. Shinzong immediately said as he patted the heavenly wings of Sheng Yuan's back. The heavenly wings of Sheng Yuan's intelligence was not inferior to that of an ordinary person. It understood that the situation was extremely urgent. It immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky at its fastest speed, rapidly flying in the direction of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Shinzong could feel the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's aura constantly weakening. He could only continuously channel his energy to maintain the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. However, compared to the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, his little bit of energy was insignificant. However, this was his master. No matter what, he had to do everything he could. While channeling his energy, Shinzong checked the black-robed man's corpse to see if he could find the antidote. Shinzong had also heard about the demonic poison that his master had mentioned. Since it was poison, there should be an antidote. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. He couldn't be sure. What if it wasn't an antidote, but poison instead? Wouldn't that be even worse? The demonic poison continued to wreak havoc in the Dark Feather Mountain's chief's body. In addition to the side effects of Hassan's Heavenly Blade entry forbidden technique, the Dark Feather Mountain's chief was on the verge of death. He was only hanging on by a thread, but it was unknown how long he could last. As for the Protector, he was no longer breathing. Clearly, he could not hold on any longer and had died. He hadn't spent a lot of time with the Tao Protector, and they hadn't even spoken more than 3 sentences. But no matter what, the Tao Protector had died protecting him. Shinzong didn't feel good at all. He was filled with hatred and killing intent. Heaven Ancient Devil Hall. In the future, when he had the strength, he would do his best to eradicate the people of Heaven Ancient Devil Hall. Although the Tao Protector was dead, Shinzong still wanted to bring his body back to the sect. At the very least, he wanted to bury him in the sect. Time flew by. Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings flew at full speed and finally entered the Tai Yuan continent. This was the territory of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Shinzong also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, along the way, Shinzong was also very worried that they would encounter another attack from the Heaven Ancient Devil Hall. Seeing the mountain gate of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings flew directly to Zhen Yuan Mountain and landed outside the main hall of Zhen Yuan Mountain. As soon as Sheng Yuan's heavenly wings returned, it was immediately sensed. Just as it landed, the elder of Zhen Yuan Mountain also appeared. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the 3 figures on Sheng Yuan's back. "Quick! My master has been poisoned by the demonic poison. Quickly find someone to detoxify it." Shinzong immediately roared. "Demonic poison!" The elder was stunned and couldn't react in time. "Quick!" Shinzong roared again. Only then did the elder react. Remembering that he had heard of the term demonic poison, his expression changed greatly. He didn't care about Shinzong's disrespect and quickly sent a message to the sect master and the others. Demonic poison. Tai Yuan's sect master's expression changed greatly. He was extremely shocked and quickly rushed over. Not long after, in the main hall of Zhen Yuan Mountain, the sect master and the other mountain lords gathered and began to check. This is indeed the characteristic of the demonic poison. His life is hanging by a thread. Quick, treat him immediately. There are only 2 ways to detoxify the demonic poison. The first is the antidote, but I have already looked for it. There is no antidote. We can only use the second method, which is to use a strong external force to expel the demonic poison. Now, we can only ask the 2 sovereigns to help. I will immediately send Dark Feather to the sovereigns. Soon, the Lord of Dark Feather Mountain was sent away to the palace of the 2 sovereigns at the peak of the mountain to ask one of the 2 sovereigns to expel the demonic poison from his body. Shinzong, tell us what happened. Taiyuan sect master's gaze fell on Qinzong as he said in a deep voice. Qinzong immediately told him what had happened. A remnant of the ancient demon hall. This person should be one of the demon lords of the Black Demon Flag. Qinzong, first send the golden dragon of luck back to the sect's land of luck. The sect will do its best to save her master, Dark Feather. You only need to cultivate well and do your best to improve yourself. After a series of instructions, the Taiyuan sect master brought Qinzong to the sect's land of luck. Stepping into it, the golden dragon of luck on Qinzong's body appeared again and resonated with the golden dragon of luck in the land of luck. The two golden dragons circled in the darkness and swam around continuously, like two dragons playing with a pearl. Soon after, the two golden dragons of luck began to merge. They were originally one. Only when the two golden dragons of luck merged into one would it be the real sect's luck. Only then would it have the effect of increasing one's strength. When the two golden dragons of luck merged into one, an incomparably loud dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. With the Taiyuan Heaven sect as the center, it spread out continuously and swept across the entire Taiyuan continent. The Taiyuan Heaven sect's luck is even more amazing. The Scorching Sword sect's elder was shocked and immediately sighed. This scene continued to occur in many high-grade sects. The Taiyuan Heaven sect was originally the overlord of the Taiyuan continent. Now, its position was even more unshakable. Amidst the dragon's roar, the golden light on the golden dragon of luck spread out. It rushed out of the land of luck and spread to the entire Taiyuan Heaven sect. All the disciples were bathed in this golden light. Then, they realized that their bodies seemed to have become lighter and their thoughts clearer. Some of the mysteries that were difficult to understand in the past suddenly became clear to them. The golden light bathed for a very short time, less than 10 breaths, but it brought about a very significant change in the entire Taiyuan Heaven sect. The overall strength of the sect increased by at least 1%. 1% sounded like a small amount, but it should be known that the Taiyuan Heaven sect was a very powerful sect. A 1% increase was extremely difficult. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As time passed, the overall strength of the sect would gradually increase. When the golden light disappeared, the sky of the Taiyuan Heaven sect seemed to be even bluer, the water was even greener, and the vegetation was even more vibrant. Even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that permeated the air seemed to be richer and purer. This was not an illusion. It was a real change. It was just a preliminary change. As time passed, the changes would become more and more obvious. However, the benefits that they received could not be compared to Qinzong's. After all, Qinzong was the direct bearer of the Golden Dragon of Luck. He had even raised the Golden Dragon of Luck from 15 feet to 91 feet. Even if the Golden Dragon of Luck had left his body, the benefits that Qinzong had gained would not disappear. As long as Qinzong stayed in the Taiyuan Heaven sect, the benefits that he received would be more obvious than the other disciples. With a heavy heart, Qinzong left Zhenyuan Mountain and returned to the towering cliff pavilion in Green Feather Mountain. I'm still too weak, Qinzong muttered to himself. On the Dragon Transformation Lake in the land of Dragon Transformation, Qinzong defeated one genius after another. He was in high spirits and had a feeling of invincibility. However, this feeling did not last long. It was completely shattered by the remaining members of the ancient demon hall. Perhaps he was invincible in the pseudo-transcendent realm, unable to find a worthy opponent, but in the end, he was still very weak. In this world, there were far too many people stronger than him. Without even mentioning others, any transcendent realm master could easily suppress or even kill him. Weak. I'm indeed very weak now. However, I have an advantage that they can't compare to. As long as I work hard, I will definitely be stronger than everyone in the future, Qinzong said to himself, clenching his fists. Stronger than everyone. Truly invincible. For a moment, Qinzong's blood was boiling. Immediately, Qinzong thought of the red thunder sword. He had been hiding the red thunder sword for a long time. He had always treated it as a trump card. This time, he had no choice but to use it. However, he was not sure if the red thunder sword would work. After all, his opponent was a powerful, profound Heaven Realm Master. Zong was also sure that the moment he brandished the red thunder sword, he felt that he couldn't do anything to the other party. However, for some reason, the red thunder sword suddenly exploded, releasing an extremely tyrannical force that not only killed the remaining members of the Heaven Ancient Devil Hall, it also tore apart the darkness. As for the sigh in his mind, Zong did not hear it. Next, I have to comprehend and master all 4 minor true meanings of the gold true meaning. That should be the limit of what I can bear. After that, I will consolidate it and start to break through, Zong said to himself. His heart was surging with excitement. The transcendent realm, the realm that surpassed the extraordinary realm, was finally within reach. Every cultivator worked hard to cultivate. In the end, wasn't it all for the transcendent realm? If one did not enter the transcendent realm, in the end, they would still be weak. In the end, they could only linger at the bottom. Only by entering the transcendent realm would they have a new starting point. It was the world of the strong. If he wanted, Zong could enter the transcendent realm at any time. However, that was not the transcendent realm he wanted. The transcendent realm he wanted was to improve everything he could to the limit. After that, he would break through. Only then would the transcendent realm be the most perfect and powerful transcendent realm. Thinking of this, Zong immediately moved. He quickly left the high cliff pavilion and headed to the enlightenment realm. Chapter 723. A new chapter, a new realm. It's been a long time since I've found someone to drink and brag to. My back hurts, and I feel uncomfortable all over. The sky was blue and the clouds were white, so pure that it made one's heart tremble. The fragrance of the grass and trees refreshed one's mind. The air was filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so pure that it was a little frightening. Taking a breath, one would feel refreshed and as light as an immortal. In the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, every disciple was smiling from the bottom of their hearts. We have to thank Senior Zong for all of this. That's right. If Senior Chun hadn't defeated all the strong opponents and achieved the path of invincibility, our sect's luck wouldn't have improved so much, and our cultivation environment wouldn't have improved so much. Senior Chun is really a proud son of the heavens. No one can compare to him. I'm afraid there won't be a second person in the same generation who can compare to him. I don't think it's just among the same generation. Even if we look back 1,000 years, it will be hard to find someone who can compare to him. Ever since Zong rose to prominence and defeated Fang Xingchen to become the #1 core disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, there were quite a number of disciples who supported Zong and became his loyal supporters. And now, Zong had achieved the path of invincibility. In comparison, Fang Xingchen had been defeated in the first battle. It was clear who was better and who was worse. Therefore, Zong's loyal supporters in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect grew even more. With such a situation, even some people who supported Fang Xingchen did not dare to show their faces. After all, everything was the truth, and it was true that they had gained quite a lot of benefits because of Zong. Moreover, if they were to show their faces and speak badly of Zong, they might just be torn apart by others. Zong walked out of the enlightenment realm. The enlightenment realm was indeed of great help to the comprehension of minor true intents. However, the further one progressed, the harder it was to comprehend. There were 4 minor true intents in the gold true intent: gold edge true intent, gold sharpness true intent, gold strength true intent, and gold glory true intent. On the way back, Zong had already been comprehending the gold edge true intent before he was attacked by the remnants of the ancient demon hall. Now, he had successfully comprehended the gold edge true intent. The next step was naturally to comprehend the true intent of metal. Walking out of the enlightenment realm, Zong headed towards the martial arts realm. Comprehending the minor true intent was only the prelude. He still needed to dig out as much of its potential as possible. Only then could he be considered to have truly grasped it, and only then could he further strengthen his foundation. Thus, Zong went back and forth between the Wuzhen realm and the martial arts realm. 1 month later, Zong finally managed to fully grasp the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of metal. On the mental plane, a feeling of saturation caused Zong to feel heavy, as though even his head was a little heavy. This was the limit. If one really reached the limit, they wouldn't be able to continue comprehending and grasping more minor true intents. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse. I wonder how Master is doing. Shenzong muttered to himself as he walked out of the martial arts practice realm. He hadn't heard from his master during this period of time, and he didn't know if he had expelled the demonic poison from his body. Suddenly, Shenzong received a message from an elder of Green Feather Mountain. After seeing the elder, he quickly headed towards the direction of Zhenyuan Mountain and then entered Zhenyuan Hall. Greetings to sect leader, mountain lords, and elders. Shenzong bowed in a disciple's manner. No need for formalities, Taiyuan's sect leader said, but his face was a little solemn. Shenzong, it's useless to tell you this, but you're Green Feather's direct disciple. It's only right for you to know. Shenzong heard this and looked at Taiyuan's sect leader's face. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his tone became anxious. Sect leader, could it be that the demonic poison in Master's body can't be expelled? If it's just a layer of demonic poison, with Emperor Gu Yuan's strength, he should be able to expel it, Taiyuan's sect leader said with a serious and helpless tone. But Green Feather was first inflicted with a layer of demonic poison, and then he used the Heavenly Blade Forbidden technique. The Heavenly Blade Forbidden technique was broken, and he was inflicted with a second layer of demonic poison. Poison on top of injury, poison within injury. It's too serious. Uncle Gu Yuan could only expel a layer of demonic poison. Then my master is now. Shenzong's body swayed unconsciously, and he was on the verge of collapsing. His face was frighteningly pale, and his lips couldn't stop trembling. His eyes were full of anxiety and fear, and his mind was in a mess. He's still alive. Taiyuan sect leader's words calmed Shenzong down a little. It's just that the injuries caused by the Heavenly Blade Forbidden technique and the layer of demonic poison have all changed. They depend on each other, and they must be removed at the same time to heal. The situation is not good, Taiyuan's sect leader said. Even if Uncle Gu Yuan and Uncle Han Yuan join forces, they can only temporarily suppress it. How long can it be suppressed? Is there any other way to solve it? Shenzong unconsciously took a step forward and asked quickly. 30 years. Taiyuan's sect leader said. Uncle Han Yuan and Uncle Gu Yuan joined forces to impose a seal, and it can be suppressed for 30 years. But in these 30 years, I'm afraid that the demonic poison in Green Feather's body will further evolve and deepen, unless there's a more powerful force to expel it. A more powerful force? What kind of force? Emperor Han Yuan and Emperor Gu Yuan were emperor-level experts, and they stood at the top of the world. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't do it. How could there be a more powerful force? Another way is to find the antidote to the demonic poison. At that time, Uncle Han Yuan and Uncle Gu Yuan will join forces to save Green Feather. Taiyuan's sect leader finally said. 30 years, antidote to the demonic poison. Shenzong repeated it a few times, and his expression became more and more determined. His eyes emitted a terrifying sword light. Within 30 years, I will definitely get the antidote to the demonic poison for Master. At this moment, Shenzong's determination was extremely firm. At this moment, Shenzong's hatred for the ancient demon palace was extremely strong. Sect leader, when I was in the land of dragon transformation, Master told me that if I achieved the path of invincibility, the sect would open the Taiyuan realm for me. Shenzong raised his head and stared at Taiyuan's sect leader with his sharp eyes. He said word by word, Now, I have achieved the path of invincibility, and my foundation has been strengthened to the extreme. Please open the Taiyuan realm for me. I want to step into the transcendent realm. How dare you, Shenzong? Do you know what the Taiyuan realm is? It's not something you can enter just because you want to. Elder Fong suddenly shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder, almost bursting Shenzong's eardrums and shattering his head. Shenzong's expression changed slightly, but he didn't care. Instead, he stared at Taiyuan's sect leader. Sect leader, that day, Green Feather said that if Shenzong achieved the path of invincibility, he would open the Taiyuan realm for him. Sect leader also agreed. Since that's the case, let's open it for Shenzong. Rainbow Mountain Master said, looking extremely serious. Taiyuan's sect leader was actually in a difficult position. The Taiyuan realm was too important. It could be said that for generations, only the sect leader candidates were qualified to enter. Taiyuan's sect leader didn't have much objection to letting Chun Zong become the sect leader candidate. After all, Chun Zong's talent and potential were shocking, and he had made great contributions to the sect. However, the sect had already designated Fang Xingchen as the sect leader candidate. Moreover, the Taiyuan realm would be open for Fang Xingchen this time. It had to be said that the Fang family had great influence in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Every time the Taiyuan realm was opened, it would consume a large amount of resources. Therefore, it would only be opened once after a long period of time. If he didn't agree, he would become a person who didn't keep his words. Sect leader, you can't go back on your words. Another mountain master said, otherwise it will only make people disappointed. Shenzong didn't say anything. Although he didn't know what was going on, with his intelligence, he could tell. Taiyuan's sect leader's expression changed slightly, as if he was in a dilemma. Sect leader, actually, the Taiyuan realm can be opened twice this time. A mountain master said, in the past, it could only be opened once because of the conditions. But this time, Shenzong has made our sect's golden dragon of destiny reach 91 feet. Even if it is opened twice, it can still withstand it. Hearing this, the Taiyuan sect master's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a solution that satisfied both sides. All right, the sect will open the Taiyuan realm for you once. You can go back and wait for the notification. Taiyuan sect leader said decisively. Shenzong, farewell. Shenzong bowed and walked out of the Zhenyuan hall. Sect leader, Shenzong has already reached the peak of the pseudo-transcendent realm and has reached a point where he can no longer improve. The opening of the Taiyuan realm shouldn't be delayed for too long. Rainbow Fall Mountain Master said. Now that Dark Feather was severely injured and had yet to wake up, as Dark Feather's good friend, he should do something for him. Fang Xingchen should enter the Taiyuan realm first. Elder Fang said in a firm tone. Even if Fang Xingchen is a genius, he can only stay in the Taiyuan realm for a short period of time. Rainbow Fall Mountain Master smiled and looked at the sect leader. Sect leader, I hope that within a month, the sect will open the Taiyuan realm for Shenzong. You must know that Shenzong's talent is above Fang Xingchen's, and he has also made great contributions to the sect, allowing the sect to prosper in the next few decades. If he can grow, it will be a great thing for the sect. It must not be delayed. In terms of status, Rainbow Fall Mountain Master was not inferior to the sect leader. Therefore, there was no need for him to be tactful. Although Taiyuan sect leader was a little unhappy, he knew that what Rainbow Fall Mountain Master said was the truth. Moreover, as the sect leader, he could be a little selfish, but he also had to consider the bigger picture of the sect. Therefore, he nodded. Prepare to go down and open the Taiyuan realm for Fang Xingchen. Taiyuan sect leader immediately ordered. Shenzong had just left Zhenyuan Hall and descended the mountain when Rainbow Fall Mountain Master caught up with him. Shenzong, do you have any complaints in your heart? The Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Master asked in an extremely straightforward manner. A little. Shenzong did not deny it. Speaking of which, he had indeed made great contributions to the sect. Entering the Taiyuan realm was also an opportunity that his master had fought for him. However, this time, he had almost lost such an opportunity. It would be unreasonable for him to not have any complaints. The sect is treating Fang Xingchen so well because the Fang clan has made great contributions to the sect many times. In addition, Emperor Gu Yuandi also has the surname Fang. The Rainbow Mountain Lord said with a smile. He did not elaborate further on this point. However, Shenzong immediately understood. Firstly, he had made great contributions to the sect many times. Secondly, Emperor Gu Yuandi's surname was Fang, and he was a member of the Fang clan. Adding these two together, it was reasonable for the sect to treat Fang Xingchen well. Shenzong could understand. However, understanding did not mean that Shenzong could accept it calmly. All of a sudden, his sense of belonging to the Taiyuan heavenly sect decreased significantly. If not for his master, Blue Feather Mountain Master, Shenzong would have considered leaving the sect. Chapter 724. Outside the towering cliff pavilion, Chunzong stood at the top of the cliff, facing the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds surged like white waves, and sunlight broke through the clouds. The light was golden and red, full of vigor and vitality. As it rose, the white sea of clouds was dyed red. It was a beautiful sight. A gust of wind blew gently, and Chunzong's body seemed to be weightless as he floated up. A dazzling crimson sword light suddenly flashed, spinning in circles in the air. It was soft and light, like a crimson ribbon dancing in the air. This was sword chi. Immediately, the sword chi split into threads and spread out like silk, wrapping Chunzong's body. They shone with a golden luster, wrapping Chunzong like a cocoon. Then, the gold and scarlet sword chi shot out in all directions like a huge scarf blown open by the wind. It fluttered in the wind and took all kinds of shapes. The sword returned to its sheath, and the silk-like sword chi slowly dissipated in the air. Even my swordsmanship has reached a point where it can no longer be improved, Chunzong said to himself, his eyes deep. During the battle with Ichinchio of the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect, Chunzong had gained some insights into the Tao of Swords. Today, while waiting for the opening of the Grand Origin stage, he had practiced a step further and had actually improved a little. Sword chi turned into threads. This meant that Chunzong's mastery of swordsmanship and his own strength had improved a little. Every strand of thread-like sword chi was extremely terrifying. They were incomparably sharp and tough. Junior brother, a familiar voice sounded, and immediately a figure appeared like the wind. It was so fast that it appeared behind Chunzong in the blink of an eye. Senior brother Yu. Chunzong turned around and cupped his hands. The newcomer was none other than Yu Zhengxiao. However, the current Yu Zhengxiao was somewhat different from before. He was no longer wearing the dark blue robes. Instead, he was wearing a gray-white robe. Only the dark Feather Mountains emblem was still embroidered on his sleeves. Furthermore, Yu Zhengxiao's aura was lofty, extreme, and agile. It was different from the aura of pseudo-spiritual power. It was the aura of true spiritual power. That's right, Yu Zhengxiao had already stepped into the transcendent realm and became an extreme mortal realm warrior. Congratulations, senior brother Yu, for breaking through to the transcendent state. Chunzong smiled. Junior brother, thank you for your good fortune. Yu Zhengxiao laughed heartily. After the sect's great competition, I pushed myself to the limit and began to break through to the transcendent realm. For a cultivator at Zheng Zhao's level, breaking through to the transcendent realm wasn't difficult, but of course, it wasn't easy either. However, as a disciple of a great sect, breaking through to the transcendent realm was much easier than a rogue cultivator. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Yu Zhengxiao's foundation was very solid due to his talent. Therefore, he was able to break through again and again. From the early first layer of the extreme mortal realm to the mid-stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak first layer of the extreme mortal realm, only one step away from the second layer. When most cultivators break through to the transcendent realm, they would be at the early first layer of the extreme mortal realm. They would need to spend some time to consolidate their foundation. The better ones would be at the early first layer of the extreme mortal realm, and the better ones would be at the mid-first layer. After breaking through to the extreme mortal realm, the level of cultivation one could reach in a short period of time was completely dependent on one's foundation and talent. Being able to reach the peak first layer of the extreme mortal realm in such a short period of time was enough to show Yu Zhengxiao's amazing foundation and outstanding talent. But this didn't have much to do with Chunzong. After all, it was his own hard work. Yu Zhengxiao said that he wanted to accept Chunzong's good fortune because Chunzong brought the golden dragon of fortune back to the sect. This caused the sect's fortune to increase greatly, which in turn affected the entire sect. It also allowed everyone in the sect to benefit from it. It was because of this that Yu Zhengxiao broke through to the peak first layer of the extreme mortal realm and reached the second layer of the extreme mortal realm. If it was during normal times, it would take at least 1 to 3 years for him to achieve this. Junior brother, are you also preparing to break through to the extreme mortal realm? Yu Zhengxiao asked with a smile. Almost. I'm waiting for the Tai Yuan realm. Qinzong smiled. Taiyuan realm. Yu Xiao couldn't help but cry out. He had entered the sect earlier than Qinzong, and had also become a secret disciple. His understanding of the Taiyuan realm was even higher than Qinzong's. The sect actually wants to open the Taiyuan realm for you, junior brother. But it makes sense. After all, junior brother, you're on the path of invincibility. You have contributed greatly to the sect. With your foundation and talent in the Taiyuan realm, once you break through, you'll at least reach the mid-second layer of the extreme mortal realm. You might even reach the late second layer, or even the peak second layer. Yu Xiao said enviously. If it was him who entered the Taiyuan realm, even if he didn't have the benefits of increasing his luck, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the early second layer of the extreme mortal realm. This was one of the charms of the Taiyuan realm. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Yu Xiao came again. Junior brother, Fang Xingqian has come out of seclusion. His cultivation base has reached the peak second layer of the extreme mortal realm. Yu Xiao said with some shock. The difference between the early second layer of the extreme mortal realm and the peak second layer of the extreme mortal realm was 4 small realms. Even though it was only 4 small realms, with his talent, if he wanted to cross these 2 small realms without any special opportunities, he would need at least 3 to 4 years to do so. If he was a rogue cultivator, it would be even more difficult. The time required would be many times longer, and it might even take more than 10 years or even longer. Hearing this, Qinzong was shocked. His heart was burning with excitement. Fang Xingqian had come out of seclusion. This meant that he was about to enter the Taiyuan realm. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and there was still no notice. Qinzong's calm heart couldn't help but start to feel anxious. The 4th day, Qinzong was even more anxious now. The 5th day, Qinzong could no longer cultivate peacefully. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong knew that this state wasn't good for him. If it was light, it would disturb his mind. If it was heavy, it would disturb his will and affect his future cultivation. Forget it. Even though the sect leader promised to open the Taiyuan realm for me, he didn't say when. If it continues to be delayed, it will be even more disadvantageous for me. Qinzong couldn't help but think to himself. Of course, being able to break through into the Taiyuan realm was a great thing. However, if it dragged on for too long, it wouldn't be a good thing. Instead, it would delay Qinzong's breakthrough. After all, he had already pushed himself to the limit and couldn't improve anymore. If it continued to be delayed, it would be a waste of time and he would fall behind his peers. 3 days, I'll wait for 3 more days, Qinzong muttered to himself. If I'm not notified within these 3 days, I'll break through on my own. With this thought, he made his decision. Qinzong relaxed. The irritation in his heart dissipated like smoke, and his spirit seemed to have become more focused. Time flew by as Qinzong cultivated. 3 days had passed. Fine, I'll break through on my own. I don't believe that with my foundation and talent, I can't compete with others without reaching the Taiyuan realm. Qinzong thought to himself. His heart was filled with pride. Breaking through to the extreme mortal realm wasn't a small matter. Qinzong naturally wouldn't break through in the towering cliff pavilion carelessly. The sect had a special secluded training area for people to break through. It was very safe. However, if he wanted to use the sect's secluded training area, he would need to pay the corresponding amount of merit points. Fortunately, Qinzong still had a lot of merit points in the sect. Entering the secluded training area, Qinzong started to adjust his condition. He had to adjust his spirit, qi, and spirit to the peak. Only then would his breakthrough be more stable. Sitting cross-legged, Qinzong's breathing became slow and long. It was almost undetectable. Wisps of extremely pure spiritual qi of the heavens and earth surrounded Qinzong's body, slowly nourishing Qinzong's body. Qinzong's spirit, qi, and spirit also gradually became more harmonious. Slowly, they spread to the surface of his body and came into contact with the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth. With a loud bang, a violent sound came from the outside. It turned into a sound wave and immediately dispersed the pure spiritual qi of the heavens and earth around Qinzong. Qinzong was suddenly awakened. His spirit, qi, and spirit shrank back into his body. What's going on? Chinzong was shocked and angry. He shouldn't have been disturbed in the secluded training area. How could this happen? Fortunately, he wasn't injured. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more serious. Chinzong, come out quickly. A voice came from outside. It was a little familiar. Rainbow Mountain Lord? Chinzong was a little surprised, but he still opened the door to the secluded training area. As expected, Rainbow Mountain Lord was standing outside the door. He looked a little anxious. Why did you break through on your own? Rainbow Mountain Lord scolded. Then, he grabbed Chinzong's shoulder and flew up to the sky. He flew to the top of Jinyuan Mountain at an astonishing speed. Rainbow Mountain Lord's speed was extremely fast. The distance between Blue Feather Mountain and Jinyuan Mountain was not far. He arrived in a short time. I've brought him. Open it. Rainbow Mountain Lord said. His face was a little ugly. Almost. Just a little bit. Chinzong broke through on his own in the secluded training area. However, Rainbow Mountain Lord's ugly face was not because Chinzong broke through on his own. It was normal. After all, Chinzong had waited for more than a month. If not for his urging, the Taiyuan realm would not have opened for Chinzong. Open it. Taiyuan's sect master said in a deep voice. A rumbling sound resounded through the world. It was as if the sky was shaking. A large amount of white clouds gathered from all directions. Chinzong was shocked to find that it was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that had almost solidified. Countless solidified spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered. Under the hand seals of Taiyuan's sect master and other experts, the spiritual chi kept changing and condensing. Finally, with a thunderous explosion that could split the sky and earth, Chinzong was almost scared out of his wits. A pure white door condensed out of thin air. It was formed by the solidified spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was vast and majestic. It filled the world. It was ancient and mysterious. Chinzong, going quickly. Rainbow Mountain Lord urged immediately. This was the door to the Taiyuan realm. It could not be maintained for too long. Every breath it was maintained for would consume a large amount of energy. Chinzong immediately came to his senses. His figure moved, exploding with his fastest speed. Like an aurora, he streaked across the sky and crashed into the pure white door. Without any obstruction, Chinzong turned into a stream of light and directly rushed into the pure white door. Under the gaze of Taiyuan's sect master, the other mountain lords, and the Heaven Great Elders, he disappeared. Soon after, everyone stopped maintaining the door. The door began to dissipate. Chapter 725. You'll understand once you see the title of this chapter. Fang Xingchen broke through in the Taiyuan realm and obtained the complete inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei, breaking through to the limit of the second tier of the extreme mortal realm. I wonder if Chinzong can surpass Fang Xingchen? An elder suddenly asked. It'll be difficult. Another elder shook his head. The Taiyuan realm is not only a holy land for cultivation, but also the inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei. However, every time the Taiyuan Saint Wei is passed down, it will be quiet for a period of time. Chinzong can't obtain the inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei. Without the Taiyuan Saint Wei, the benefits one can obtain in the Taiyuan realm are limited. The Taiyuan Heaven Sect's Taiyuan Grand Saint Technique belonged to the Taiyuan Saint Wei. It was an important part of it, but not the entire thing. Within the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, not everyone could obtain the inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei. It required luck. In the Taiyuan realm, it was indeed possible to obtain this opportunity, but there were restrictions. For example, after Fang Xingchen obtained the inheritance of the Taiyuan Saint Wei, those who entered the Taiyuan realm within 3 years would not be able to obtain it again. Of course, in the past, the Taiyuan realm would not open twice in 3 years. This time was an exception. The Rainbow Fall Mountain Lord had no other choice. It was already his limit to help Chinzong obtain the opportunity to enter the extreme origin stage. If Chinzong wanted to enter the extreme origin stage before Fang Xingchen, it would be too difficult. It was impossible to do so unless Chinzong had an extremely powerful backer in the extreme Yuan Heaven Sect. Chinzong did not know this. Within the Taiyuan realm, there were mountains, rivers, and forests. The scenery was unique and elegant. It was like a paradise far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world, undisturbed by the mortal world. Wisps of white aura permeated the heavens and earth. It was the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. It was extremely dense. Focusing on it, Chenzong could see countless tiny light spots floating in the air. The light spots were of different colors: gold, red, blue, yellow, and green. Each light spot emitted an aura that belonged to the minor true meaning, but it was even more majestic and profound than the minor true meaning. True meaning. No wonder Master wanted to obtain the opportunity to enter the Tai Yuan realm for me. Chenzong could not help but sigh. Such a dense heaven and earth spiritual chi, such a dense true intent fluctuation, it was truly a holy land. In order to break through to the transcendent realm, in addition to having a solid foundation, one also needed a better external environment. This would not only reduce the difficulty of breaking through, but also allow one to quickly consolidate their cultivation after breaking through. The environment of the Tai Yuan realm was indeed much better than the outside world, at least 10 times better. Tai Yuan stage. Chenzong couldn't help muttering to himself as he glanced over. From the looks of it, the sky of the Tai Yuan realm was pure white, with a kind of vigorous and majestic aura. Yuan was the representation of boundless power, boundless and domineering. At first glance, it seemed as if one could see the end of it. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it was boundless. Here, Chenzong felt as if his consciousness could extend infinitely, and his soul was infinitely magnified. Chenzong was not in a hurry to break through. Since he was already here, he might as well find a satisfactory place first. The Tai Yuan realm was like a small world filled with dense and pure world energy and strong true intent fluctuations. Inside this small world, there were mountains, rivers, grasses, and plains. Located at the center of the Tai Yuan realm was a mountain peak, a 1,000-meter-high solitary peak that towered above the earth like a sword and spear, piercing straight into the sky. At a glance, Chenzong took a liking to this solitary peak and quickly flew towards it. Chenzong was surprised to find that here, his speed was greatly limited, less than 1/10 of what it was in the outside world. Fortunately, the solitary peak was not too far away. After about half an hour, Chenzong arrived at the foot of the solitary peak. Without needing to rest, he began to quickly climb up the mountain. There was no path to the solitary peak, and the mountain was rugged. For ordinary cultivators, climbing it was very difficult, but for Chenzong, it was a piece of cake. Chenzong stood at the top of the 1,000-meter-high solitary peak. This peak was narrow and could only accommodate a few people at most. In fact, most cultivators who entered the Tai Yuan realm would choose this place to cultivate and break through, because this was the center of the Tai Yuan realm, where the world energy was the densest and the true intent fluctuations were the strongest. Let's begin. He took a deep breath, and a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi entered his body. Immediately, he felt refreshed, and his whole body became transparent. He felt as if he was floating in the air like an immortal. It was as if he could ride the wind and fly with it. In order to break through to the transcendent realm, Chenzong naturally did his homework in advance and grasped all the key points that he had to pay attention to. Adjusting his breathing, allowing his essence, chi, and soul to reach the peak, then synchronizing them and spreading them out to communicate with the world. Just now, in a secluded cultivation room, Chenzong had already reached this step and was about to reach the second step, but he was interrupted by Rainbow, Fall Mountain Lord. Fortunately, Rainbow, Fall Mountain Lord came in time. Otherwise, if Chenzong had already reached the second step, he could not interrupt him anymore. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured or even killed. Of course, Rainbow Fall Mountain Lord was a heavenly profound realm late stage master. He was clear about Chenzong's state at that time with his spiritual sense, so he dared to interrupt him. After his essence, chi, and soul reached the peak, Chenzong's body became one with the world, and his essence, chi, and soul became synchronized. Then it covered his whole body like invisible waves and contacted the outside world. A strange feeling suddenly filled his body. Chenzong seemed to be unable to feel his body, as if it had disappeared. If the world was compared to a lake, Then his body was a drop of water. When the drop of water fell into the lake, it merged with the lake, and there was no distinction between them. At this time, Chenzong felt that his body had merged with the world, as if he had become a part of it. A wisp of wind, a cloud, and a trace of air. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. It was as if he had broken free from his shackles and was free to wander freely, unfettered by the world. He wanted to immerse himself in this wonderful feeling and never wake up again. With a thought, Chenzong felt that he had arrived at the eastern edge of the Taiyuan boundary, and with another thought, he directly arrived at the western edge. This speed was almost the same as teleportation. Chenzong was like a child who had just gotten a favorite toy, and he was completely immersed in it. But even though he was having fun, Chenzong did not forget his original intention. Breakthrough, transcendent realm. Now, his essence, chi, and soul had become one with the world. He had done it, and he had done it very well. It was time to start the second step. There were two prerequisites for breaking through to the transcendent realm. First, he had to open at least one of his acupuncture points, so that he could draw the world's aura into his body and refine it, allowing him to transcend the mortal realm. Second, he had to comprehend at least one minor true meaning. Opening one's acupuncture points and drawing the world's aura into one's body was to transform the fake spirit energy in one's body into real spirit energy. It was also to transform one's mortal body, breaking through the limits of the human body and enhancing one's life essence. Then, using the body to nourish one's soul, one's spiritual energy would transform into a higher level spiritual sense. As for grasping at least one minor true meaning, it was necessary to use it as a medium, allowing one's body to withstand the impact of the true meaning's aura. Not only could one transform a minor true meaning into a true meaning in the shortest time possible, but one could also use the true meaning's aura to cleanse one's body and spirit, improving one's potential. If one had grasped enough minor true meanings, they could first fuse them into a true meaning, and then use the true meaning as a medium, greatly increasing their effects. Therefore, the more minor true meanings one grasped, the more true meaning's aura would be absorbed, and the better the cleansing effect would be. This was also the reason why Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord had asked Chenzong to master his minor true meaning to the limit before breaking through to the transcendent realm. Perhaps there wouldn't be any noticeable effect in the short term, but as time passed, it would become more and more obvious, and the gap between him and others would continue to widen. I've opened 2 apertures, surpassing the majority of cultivators, Chenzong thought to himself. For example, Fang Xingqian and the other heavens chosen, it was likely that they would not have opened more than 2 apertures before breaking through to the transcendent realm. After all, opening an aperture belonged to the transcendent realm. In the pseudo-transcendent realm, the majority of cultivators would only be able to open one. I've grasped 25 minor true meanings, which happens to be the composition of 6 different true meanings. This was amazing. Although some cultivators had grasped quite a few minor true meanings, some of them were not complete, so the effect would naturally be inferior to those that were complete. As such, I will use the Heaven's Apex and Earth's Abyss acupoints to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cleanse my body, causing my body to transform. Then, I will transform the 25 minor true intents into 6 different true intents, with the sword intent as the main one, and the gold intent, thunder intent, wind intent, water intent, and fire intent as the auxiliary ones to cleanse my essence, energy, and soul. It's about to begin. As soon as he thought of this, Chenzong's consciousness returned to his body, and the world energy followed, wrapping around Chenzong's body. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong seemed to be surrounded by a white cocoon, like a cocoon, waiting to break out and become a butterfly. A large amount of extremely pure world energy began to pour into Chenzong from the Heaven Apex acupoint at the top of his head and the Earth Abyss acupoint at the bottom of his feet. At first, it was only a small amount. After all, he had just received it, and the world energy here was a bit too rich, so Chenzong didn't dare to go too far, for fear that he would explode. In history, there have been cases of people exploding when breaking through to the transcendent realm. However, in the pseudo-transcendent realm, Chenzong was constantly being tempered by the pseudo-spirit qi. After reaching the peak of the third pole, his body was only a fine line away from metamorphosis, so he could withstand more world energy entering his body. As the world energy continued to enter his body from the heaven apex acupoint and the earth abyss acupoint, the pseudo-spirit chi in his body began to change, as if the impurities in it were being removed, leaving only the most essential part. Then, it was constantly being replenished, growing stronger, and continuing to be compressed and transformed. The difference between pseudo-spirit chi and true spirit chi lay in its purity, and the difference between the two was at least 10 times. The constantly transforming pseudo-spirit chi also circulated around his body. Chunzong's body no longer had any so-called true meridians. In other words, Chunzong's body was the largest true meridian, and the pseudo-spirit chi was circulating inside it. Bursts of roaring sounds came from Chunzong's body, echoing endlessly inside the white cocoon, like the roar of thunder. Whistling sounds rang out everywhere, as if gusts of wind were blowing from all directions, causing the grass and trees to sway and rustle. In the sky above the lone peak, a vortex gradually formed and expanded. Slowly, it spread to the entire sky of the Taiyuan domain, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Chapter 726. Boom! It was as if thousands of thunders were striking at the same time. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extremely pure. The huge vortex that was constantly rotating in the sky was like a wheel that crushed time and space, turning the sky and earth upside down. The extremely pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth kept flowing into Chunzong's body from the heaven's peak and earth's abyss acupoints. It swept through his whole body, purifying and condensing his pseudo-spiritual energy and transforming it into real spiritual energy. Chunzong felt as if his body was being inflated like a balloon. He felt as if he was going to explode at any moment. With the influx of a large amount of pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth, Chunzong's muscles, tendons, bones, and viscera were constantly being impacted and transformed. Every fiber and every cell was transforming. A large amount of energy kept flowing into his cells, so that every cell contained amazing vitality and power. Once it burst out, the power would be extremely shocking. His pure yang chi and blood kept absorbing the pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the golden color in his chi and blood increased little by little. Everything was transforming in a better direction. Chunzong's foundation was really solid. The more solid the foundation, the more spiritual chi of heaven and earth he needed to absorb during the transformation, and the purer it would be. If Chunzong were to break through in a place with poor spiritual chi, not only would it be inefficient, but it might also lead to failure, and the consequences would be serious. On the contrary, if he broke through in an excellent environment, not only could the success rate be guaranteed, but also the speed. The moment the pseudo-spiritual energy in his body transformed into spiritual energy, the vortex that was like a huge millstone in the sky suddenly trembled, and the whole world trembled with it. A thick pure white light beam shot down, like a heavenly sword breaking through the sky. With a boom, the white light hit Chunzong directly and broke the white cocoon. The lonely peak trembled. Chunzong felt as if his body was being melted. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was too dense and pure. It was so dense and pure that it was like liquid. The impact was extremely strong and ferocious. It was as if his body was being destroyed. An unimaginable pain swept through him. Before he could feel it, Chunzong felt that his broken body was constantly absorbing the pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth and was rapidly reforming. Reforming, breaking, reforming, breaking. Over and over again, Chunzong suffered the pain of being broken and at the same time felt the joy of being reformed. In these two different feelings, his body gradually changed. The foundation of Chunzong's physique was different from that of ordinary body refining martial arts. Until the 10th time. Chunzong's body. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars rang out continuously within Chunzong's body. More and more spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged into his body at a faster and faster speed, refining, refining, and refining. Soon after, Chunzong's body shook, and a strong aura rushed out from his body. A large amount of power rushed to his head and attacked his spiritual sea. His spiritual sea churned, as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. His spiritual sea was shattered and condensed again and again. After another 9 times, the feeling was completely different. Transcendent realm. Early first layer mortal realm. He had finally passed the foundation stage of martial arts and stepped into the realm of martial arts masters. However, he couldn't be arrogant or complacent because this was just the starting point of a martial arts expert. Thinking about the remnants of the ancient demon palace, they were experts of the profound sky realm. In front of them, he was still so weak and insignificant. Breaking through wasn't the end, but a new beginning. Shenzong's essence, qi, and soul had completely transformed. His spiritual qi had transformed into spiritual qi. The pseudo-spiritual qi in his body had transformed into real spiritual qi, and his mortal body had transformed into a spiritual body. This was a fundamental change. It was an upgrade in the level of life. From a mortal to a superhuman. Not only was there a significant increase in strength, there was also a significant increase in lifespan. In this way, Shenzong could instantly absorb more spiritual qi of heaven and earth into his body and refine more spiritual qi of heaven and earth to increase his cultivation. Fang Xingqian received the inheritance of the Taiyuan Holy Way when he broke through to the transcendent realm. Using the Taiyuan Holy Way to absorb and refine world energy was more efficient. That was why he could break through to the second layer mortal realm in such a short time. Shenzong was at a disadvantage because he couldn't receive the inheritance of the Taiyuan Holy Way. He could only absorb and refine world energy with his own ability. With the sword intent as the main true meaning, the gold, thunder, wind, fire, and water true meaning as support, temper my body. Suddenly, an extremely sharp aura spread out from Shenzong's body and turned into the shadow of a sword. Around the shadow of the sword, 5 rays of light of different colors condensed. One was gold, one was purple, one was green, one was red, and one was blue. They carried the aura of gold, thunder, wind, fire, and water respectively. 6 types of true meaning. Suddenly, the aura of the 6 types of true meaning drifting in the air was attracted and surrounded Shenzong's body. They flowed into his body along with the world energy. As the sword intent entered his body, Shenzong felt as if his body was being cut up continuously. The unimaginable pain was accompanied by a tingling sensation. The sharpness of the gold true meaning was like the sword intent, constantly cutting and tearing. The violence of the thunder true meaning was constantly bombarding. The sharpness of the wind true meaning was also cutting. The heat of the fire true meaning was burning wildly. The gentleness of the water true meaning was constantly surging. The pain was unbearable, and his whole body was tingling. Shenzong had no choice but to endure and endure. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out, resounding between heaven and earth and drifting through the clouds. Sword chi surrounded Shenzong's body and spread out, gradually covering all directions. The entire mountain peak seemed to have become a giant sword that pointed straight to the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. At the same time, traces of comprehension regarding the sword emerged in Shenzong's mind. Countless sword shadows flashed past his mind, as if he was looking at flowers on horseback. Boom, boom, boom. The pure white light that shot down from the sky also seemed to have a sharpness to it. Time flew by, and Shenzong's cultivation level broke through once again. Mid-first level of the extreme mortal realm, Shenzong's talent may be slightly better than Fang Xingqian's. However, since he is unable to obtain the inheritance of the Taiyuan divine path, I estimate that he will be able to reach the mid-second level of the extreme mortal realm. He will not exceed the late second level of the extreme mortal realm. A heaven realm elder of Mount Jinyuan said, after thinking for a while. Hearing this, the other elders and hill masters nodded. This was more or less within their estimations. The difference between obtaining the inheritance of the Taiyuan divine path and not obtaining it was very obvious. If Shenzong could obtain the inheritance of the Taiyuan divine path, he might have a chance to surpass Fang Xingqian and reach the early third level of the extreme mortal realm. But there were no ifs. Late first level of the extreme mortal realm. Acupuncture points were opened one after another, and his cultivation level broke through once again. He became even more powerful, and his spiritual sense became stronger as well. The extreme mortal realm, as its name suggested, was the pursuit of the limits of the human body. The specific embodiment of this was the acupuncture points in the body. Acupuncture points contained a large amount of energy. This was the understanding of the transcendent realm martial artists, and it was also a description of the transcendent realm martial arts. Different acupuncture points often had different effects. For example, opening the acupuncture points in the arms would increase the strength of the arms, speed, and recovery ability. The same was true for the acupuncture points in the legs. Therefore, when all the acupuncture points in the body were opened, one's cultivation level will be able to reach the extreme 9th level of the extreme mortal realm, which was also known as the extreme mortal realm. Therefore, even some martial artists who had not undergone body tempering would possess greater strength after breaking through to the extreme mortal realm. If the acupuncture points in the arms were opened, their strength would be even more shocking. Even if Chunzong's talent is slightly better than Fang Xingqin's, without the inheritance of the Taiyuan divine path, his future achievements will be difficult to compare with Fang Xingqin's. That's right. The Taiyuan divine path is known to be able to open 99 acupuncture points. For every extreme mortal realm martial artist, he can open 11 acupuncture points, which is 2 more than the 9 acupuncture points of an ordinary extreme mortal realm martial artist. There is a shocking difference in strength and potential. The Rainbow Fall Mountain Lord was also very helpless. Ordinary cultivators only knew that the transcendent realm's extreme mortal stage required 1 to open their apertures. At most, they knew that each extreme mortal stage required 1 to open 8 or 9 apertures. So in total, one had to open 72 or 81 apertures. But were there only 81 acupuncture points in the human body? No. According to legend, there were 108 acupuncture points in the human body, which was the number of acupuncture points in the world. The martial arts of the transcendent realm were known as Lingwu, and the cultivation methods of the transcendent realm were also known as spirit arts. Lingwu was divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, extreme grade, and peerless grade. Similarly, spirit arts were also divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, extreme grade, and peerless grade. Low-grade spirit arts were those that could open 72 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 8 acupuncture points opened, which was also known as the minor world cycle. However, the potential of low-grade spirit arts was limited, and one could only cultivate to the limit of the extreme mortal realm. Medium-grade spirit arts were those that could open 81 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 9 acupuncture points opened, and its potential could allow one to cultivate to the limit of the extreme mortal realm. High-grade spirit arts were those that could open 90 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 10 acupuncture points opened, and its potential could allow one to cultivate to the limit of the profound sky realm. Peerless grade spirit arts were those that could open 99 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 11 acupuncture points opened, and its potential was limitless. It had a high chance of becoming an emperor. Peerless grade spirit arts were only legends. They could open 108 acupuncture points in the extreme mortal realm. Every extreme mortal realm had 12 acupuncture points opened, which was known as the minor world cycle. Taiyuan's Saint Path belonged to the level of peerless grade spirit arts. The highest level of Lingwu contained within it was the level of peerless grade Lingwu. Generally, extreme mortal realm martial artists without a cultivation method could only reach the level of low-grade spirit arts after opening their acupuncture points. If they couldn't obtain a medium-grade spirit art, then even if they worked hard for a lifetime, they could only reach the limit of the extreme mortal realm. Bang! Chapter 7:27. Dispelling all distracting thoughts. Chunzong was completely immersed in the breakthrough. Relying on his increasingly powerful spiritual sense, Chunzong was able to control and refine the world energy within his body while comprehending the 6 true meanings. Under normal circumstances, to break through to the transcendent realm, A martial artist must first know the location of their aperture points. Only then would they be able to break through their aperture points and increase their cultivation. This required a cultivation method. Different cultivation methods would allow one to break through their aperture points, but there would also be similarities and differences. Without a cultivation method, breaking through would be extremely difficult. But there was an exception, and that was the foundation. The more solid a martial artist's foundation was, the more likely they would be able to use their strength to break through their aperture points. This was a natural guidance. As for the Tai Yuan stage, it was even more of a guidance. With the combination of the two, Chen Zong was able to break through 8 aperture points in a row and was currently on his way to the 9th. Under the boundless world energy, Chen Zong's spiritual energy became even more pure and powerful. After filling the 8th aperture point, he continuously tried to break through the 9th. Every aperture point was sealed, and one had to use a strong force to break through them. Then, one had to fill the aperture point with spiritual energy to activate it. The 9th aperture point was broken through by the boundless spiritual energy. Like a hot knife through butter, Chen Zong's cultivation increased once again, nearing its limit. The 10th aperture point. Go, go, go. With his solid foundation, Chen Zong could break through many aperture points without the need for spiritual energy. Coupled with the unique environment of the Tai Yuan stage, he could break through even more aperture points. Break. The aura emitted from his body suddenly became stronger. Limit of the first layer of the extreme mortal stage. With the help of the boundless world energy and the mysterious guidance of the Tai Yuan stage, the tyrannical and pure spiritual energy rushed towards the 11th aperture point in his body. Break again. His aura skyrocketed. Early second layer of the extreme mortal stage. Rumble. When Chen Zong's cultivation broke through to the early second layer of the extreme mortal stage, his spiritual energy underwent another transformation. The cultivation of the extreme mortal stage was to pursue the pinnacle of the human body, to pursue the pinnacle of the spiritual energy. This pinnacle was to follow the cultivation of each aperture point and experience a transformation. 9 was the pinnacle of numbers. 9 transformations was the pinnacle of the human body. Another aperture point was broken, the 12th one. Subsequently, the 13th aperture was also broken through. Mid-second level of the mortal realm. The higher the aperture acupoints were, the harder it was to break through and the more energy it would require. Fortunately, there was no lack of pure spiritual qi in the Tai Yuan realm, so Chen Zong could absorb and refine it freely to help him break through the aperture acupoints. What Chen Zong didn't know was that when a large amount of pure liquefied spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured into his body, at least half of it was absorbed by the mysterious sword point in the center of his soul sense. The mysterious sword point was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. The 15th acupuncture point was broken. Late stage of the second level of the mortal realm. Having reached this level of cultivation, Chen Zong could absorb and refine the spiritual qi of heaven and earth even faster, just like a whale sucking in water. Boom, boom. Chen Zong's body seemed to have turned into a river, allowing the spiritual energy to hit him freely. Aperture acupoints were hidden in every part of the human body, including the head, arms, legs, and torso. There were a total of 108 aperture acupoints, but most of them were clear aperture acupoints, while a small portion were hidden aperture acupoints. Clear aperture acupoints were the ones that were easy to find, and were the common ones for many spiritual skills. They were the ones that could be sensed even without spiritual skills. Hidden aperture acupoints were the more secretive ones, and only spiritual skills of the highest level had records of them. Of course, some top spiritual skills of the highest level might also have records of hidden aperture acupoints, but they were rare. Chen Zong relied on his solid foundation and the guidance of the Tai Yuan realm to break through the various aperture acupoints, which belonged to the clear aperture acupoints. The 17th acupuncture point was broken. Peak second level of the mortal realm. The 19th acupuncture point was broken. Extreme second level of the mortal realm. Next, the 20th acupuncture point was also broken, but his cultivation level was still at the extreme second level of the mortal realm. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Refine, refine, refine. Large amounts of spiritual chi of heaven and earth entered his body, but breaking through the 21st acupuncture point became extremely difficult, 10 times more difficult than before. First breakthrough, second breakthrough, third breakthrough. With every breakthrough, the spiritual chi would disperse, reassemble, and then break through again, repeating the process over and over again. The 21st acupuncture point was like a boulder, like a mountain, unshakable. Time flew by, and gradually, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth entering his body began to weaken. Qinzong knew that this time, it would be difficult for him to break through the 21st acupuncture point. One last breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong gathered his spiritual chi once again. This time, if he didn't succeed, he could only give up because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him began to disperse uncontrollably. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared on the 21st acupuncture point. That crack was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Immediately, following the subsequent spiritual chi attacks, the crack continued to expand. Crack, 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 crack. The crisp sounds were so pleasing to the ear. The 21st acupuncture point was finally broken through, and the spiritual chi that Qinzong had gathered completely dissipated. However, a feeling of vastness and loftiness arose spontaneously. Strands of spiritual chi were injected into the newly opened acupuncture point, filling it up. However, the speed of filling it up was more than 10 times slower than before. Fortunately, although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him had dissipated, a portion of it still remained. When the 21st acupuncture point was filled with spiritual chi, Qinzong's cultivation broke through once again. Early stage, third layer, mortal realm. Opening his mouth, a white breath shot out like an arrow from a bow, piercing through the air for more than 100 meters before dissipating. If this was the outside world, its speed would be increased by at least 2 times, and the distance would be increased by at least 3 times. It could easily kill a pseudo, transcendent stage cultivator. Senior brother Yu Zhengxiao's cultivation has reached the early stage, second layer, mortal realm. I'm sure senior brother Tang Jingming and the rest should be at this level as well. Fang Xingqin's talent is even higher than senior brothers and the rest. Furthermore, with the Taiyuan realm as a holy land, he reached the limit of the second layer mortal realm in one breakthrough. Qinzong muttered to himself, "My cultivation has reached the early stage third layer mortal realm, which is obviously higher than Fang Xingqin and the rest. Who doesn't want to be stronger?" Qinzong's lips curled into a smile. Even if Fang Xingqin entered the Taiyuan realm earlier than him, so what? He was still inferior to him. Speaking of which, Qinzong usually didn't have much of a competitive spirit. However, he was forced to choose between Fang Xingqin and the sect time and time again. It was impossible for him to not have any thoughts. After all, he wasn't a saint who had no desires. After stabilizing his cultivation and reaching the early stage third layer mortal realm, Qinzong began to feel the Taiyuan realm's rejection. This rejection was gradually increasing. While he was being rejected, Qinzong began to examine himself. His skin became extremely glossy and even seemed to emit a faint glow. He looked more energetic and resilient. Qinzong even felt that his skin could withstand many powerful attacks. Examining his muscles from the outside to the inside, he found that every muscle had become more well-proportioned. Every muscle was emitting a faint glow and gently pulsating, as if they had an independent life and spirituality, containing an incomparably tyrannical power. The veins under his muscles undulated, similarly emitting a faint glow. It was as if dragons and snakes were slithering in the forest or wandering in the abyss of the sea. With a light shake, there would be a shocking sound like rolling thunder, like the roar of a dragon. The blood in his body surged like the water of a long river, like the waves of a vast ocean. Qinzong discovered that most of his pure young blood qi had become redder. The redness was so pure that it emitted a faint glow. There was also more gold in his blood, almost 2/9 of it. My current cultivation level is at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm, and the golden color of my pure young blood is slightly more than 2/9. Could there be a connection between the two? Qinzong couldn't help but think to himself. Whether there was a connection or not, he would have to wait until he had a breakthrough. His bones had also undergone obvious changes, as if they were made of a mysterious metal. They emitted a faint golden glow and were incomparably powerful. He then checked his internal organs. Every pulse was deep and powerful, constantly swallowing and spitting out blood, swallowing and spitting out energy. Every single one of his internal organs looked even more distinct, and their surface was covered with an extremely flexible halo that could resist even more tyrannical power. His internal organs, bones, blood, chi, veins, muscles, skin, and so on formed his body. The glow that covered his body was the so-called divine aura. This divine aura could only be seen by those in the transcendent realm. This was the spirit body. Just as Qinzong was about to examine it more carefully, the repulsive force of the Taiyuan realm suddenly increased and fiercely squeezed Qinzong out. The world spun around him, as if he was falling through a grotesque tunnel. When Qinzong came to his senses, he found that he had already left the Taiyuan realm and landed at the place where he had entered it. So. The sound of wind breaking rang out from all directions as one figure after another appeared around Qinzong. At the same time, a tyrannical spiritual sense silently fell on Qinzong's body. Qinzong, who already had a spiritual sense, could more directly feel the tyrannical power of these spiritual senses. They were as deep and majestic as an abyss. In front of such spiritual senses, he was like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be crushed and drowned at any time. He couldn't help but feel terrified. It was the Taiyuan sect master, the mountain lords, and some heaven-grade elders. They all released their spiritual senses to check Qinzong's current cultivation level. However, when Qinzong didn't use his own power, he would completely restrain it, making it difficult to sense. Therefore, the sect master, mountain lord, and the elders all frowned slightly. Qinzong, what's your cultivation level? The Taiyuan sect master couldn't help but ask. All the gazes fell on Qinzong's face, and it was as if they wanted to pierce through him. Qinzong released his aura, but not all of it. He controlled it to be at the peak of extreme Tier 2 of the mortal realm. Fang Xingqian had broken through to the Taiyuan realm, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of extreme Tier 2 of the mortal realm. Qinzong was also limited to this level, so both sides were equal. Little did everyone know that when they felt Qinzong's cultivation level, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with shock. Qinzong, did you inherit the Taiyuan divine path? A heaven-grade elder asked straightforwardly. Taiyuan divine path? Qinzong frowned slightly, then shook his head. Chapter 728. Without the Taiyuan divine path, and without practicing any spirit arts, he was able to reach the limit of the second level of the extreme mortal realm after breaking through. Such talent, such talent. The elder was in a daze as he mumbled to himself. If he had the Taiyuan divine way, wouldn't he have reached the extreme third level of the mortal realm? Another heaven realm elder asked. If they knew that Qinzong had reached the early third level of the mortal realm without the Taiyuan divine way and without practicing any spiritual skills, they would be shocked to their core. There was a fine line between the peak of the second LV of the mortal realm and the early LV of the third LV of the mortal realm. But this fine line had stopped countless warriors. Even geniuses would have to spend a few years to break through if they didn't have enough luck. Qinzong had saved a few years. Moreover, it represented his talent and potential. Qinzong, how many acupuncture points have you opened for each level? The Taiyuan lord asked seriously. 9. Qinzong hid the truth once again. This wasn't because Qinzong was lying on purpose, but because he wanted to protect himself. After all, ever since Qinzong stepped onto the path of a warrior, he had always relied on his own ability to move forward. As his experience grew, he understood the importance of hiding and showing off. Other than his master, only the Rainbow Mountain Lord treated him well in the Taiyuan Sky sect. The others were just average and weren't worthy of his complete trust. Another reason was that he had been attacked by the remnants of the ancient demon palace because he had achieved the invincible path. If he was too outstanding, he would have attracted the attention of others. Even though his cultivation had reached the early third level of the mortal realm and was many times stronger than before, Qinzong still didn't dare to be complacent. There was no limit to martial arts. The limitless way of the sword. Return to the green feather mountain. The Taiyuan lord said. Chunzong bowed and left. We should have let Chunzong enter the Taiyuan stage first. After Chunzong left, an elder said in a low voice. With this kind of talent, if he had entered the Taiyuan realm first and received the Taiyuan Saint Way, his current cultivation would have at least reached the early stage of the third level of the extreme mortal realm, or even the mid-stage of the third level of the extreme mortal realm. Its significance was different from the extreme mortal realm of the second level of the extreme mortal realm, as it belonged to two different levels. All right, it's all in the past. There's no need to mention it again. Taiyuan's sect master's face was somewhat cold. Since it had already happened, there was no point in bringing it up again. It would only increase one's regret. The Taiyuan sect master could not help but think that if Chunzong was the first to enter the Taiyuan realm and receive the Taiyuan divine way, perhaps there would be a real dragon in the Taiyuan heaven sect, which would make the Taiyuan heaven sect more prosperous. But there was nothing he could do. It had already happened, and there was nothing he could do. As for imparting Chunzong the Taiyuan divine way, it was simply impossible. The complete Taiyuan divine way could only be obtained in the Taiyuan realm. It was not something that could be interfered with. What a pity. After leaving, the Rainbow Mountain Lord sighed with regret for Chunzong. After returning to the Green Feather Mountain, Chunzong was able to become an esoteric disciple of the Green Feather Mountain. With his identity as a Green Feather Mountain disciple and his great contributions to the sect, he should be able to impart the Green Feather Mystic Way to the Green Feather Mountain. However, it's of the upper grade and can't be compared to the Taiyuan Divine Way. Each of the 7 mountains of Taiyuan had its own inheritance. They were all complete upper grade. Only the Taiyuan Divine Way was of the supreme grade. In fact, every upper grade sect had an upper grade inheritance. The difference was whether it was complete or not. Of course, within the same grade, there would be some differences. The Taiyuan Heaven sect was one of the top 15 forces in the Kanglan continent. Naturally, its inheritance was of the highest level among the upper grade. Even so, it still could not be compared to the supreme grade inheritance. For every tier of the extreme mortal realm, there was a difference between opening 10 apertures and opening 11 apertures. As one's cultivation increased, the difference would only become more obvious. Although Chunzong was extremely talented and even surpassed Fang Xingchen, if he did not have supreme grade inheritance, the gap between him and Fang Xingchen would only shrink and then be overtaken. Taiyuan Divine Way, Taiyuan Realm. On the way back to the Green Feather Mountain, Chunzong could not help but ponder. Instinctively, Chunzong felt that the Taiyuan Divine Way and the Taiyuan Realm were inextricably linked. Fang Xingchen entered the Taiyuan Realm earlier than me. Could it be that he obtained the so-called Taiyuan Divine Way? Why didn't I obtain it? All sorts of questions appeared in his mind. Although he was not clear, Chunzong could vaguely feel that he was being treated differently. The sect was treating Fang Xingchen too well. Perhaps Fang Xingchen's ancestor had made many contributions to the Taiyuan Sky sect, and Emperor Gu Yuan was also a member of the Fang clan. Thus, it was reasonable for the sect to treat Fang Xingchen well. Chunzong expressed his understanding, but he did not accept such treatment. Fine, I'll rely on my own hard work, Chunzong thought to himself. In the end, he had relied on his own ability and hard work to come this far. However, his sense of belonging to the Taiyuan Sky sect had decreased by a little, returning to the Green Feather Mountain. As the Green Feather Mountain Lord was injured, the affairs of the Green Feather Mountain were handled by the heaven-level elder Tsang Xian. He was Yu Zhengxiao's master. Chunzong, from today onwards, you are a secret disciple of the Green Feather Mountain. Elder Tsang Xian's face was full of smiles. He could not be unhappy because he already knew that Chunzong had broken through to the Taiyuan realm and raised his cultivation to the peak of the second tier of the extreme mortal realm. This was under the circumstances that he had not spread the Taiyuan Divine Way, but he was already comparable to Fang Xingchen, who had spread the Taiyuan Divine Way. Such talent would definitely make the Green Feather Mountain even more powerful. The power of an expert was very important. If the Green Feather Mountain could produce an emperor, It would be ranked among the top of the 7 mountains of the Taiyuan sky sect, second only to the Taiyuan mountain. After all the emperors in the past were from the Taiyuan mountain. As he thought of this, the smile on Elder Tsang Xian's face suddenly disappeared, and he frowned slightly. As a heaven-level elder, he naturally knew some things. He was very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. If the Green Feather Mountain Lord was here, he might have fought for Chunzong. However, the Green Feather Mountain Lord was seriously injured, and there was nothing he could do. The inheritance of the Green Feather Mountain was not bad, but it could not be compared to the Taiyuan Divine Way. Just the inheritance of the Green Feather Mountain was not enough to fully uncover Chunzong's talent and potential. After becoming an esoteric disciple and upgrading his identity token, Chunzong no longer had to wear the same uniform. He could wear whatever clothes he wanted and could also have the sect customize them. Esoteric disciples are the true inheritance of each mountain and are very important. You must remember to work hard in your cultivation and do your best to improve yourself and win glory for our Green Feather Mountain, Elder Tsang Xian said with a serious face. Disciple will remember. Chunzong also responded with a serious face. Chunzong might not feel much about winning glory for the Taiyuan Sky sect, but winning glory for the Green Feather Mountain was his duty, and he could not shirk his duty. Originally, you should have held a banquet for your promotion to Esoteric Disciple and invite everyone to congratulate you. However, the Mountain Lord is injured and the situation is not good. Everything will be simplified. Elder Tsang Xian sighed. I hope you don't blame us. Disciple does not dare. Chunzong responded with a serious face. Chunzong did not care whether he held a banquet or not. It was best to simplify things. Good. It is a great blessing for the Mountain Lord to accept you as his disciple. Elder Tsang Xian was very happy. After laughing a few times, he said, Chunzong, come with me. I will take you to receive the highest inheritance of Green Feather Mountain. Yes. Chunzong responded and followed Elder Tsang Xian's footsteps. Our Green Feather Mountain's inheritance is called the Green Feather Mystic Path. It has a high-grade Lingwu Spirit Art, Green Feather Mystic Art, and Green Feather Clear Sky. Elder Tsang Xian explained to Chunzong as he led the way to the top of Green Feather Mountain. In order to break through to the transcendent stage, Chunzong naturally had to do some research first. He knew the difference between different spirit arts and Lingwu, as well as the brightness and darkness of apertures. Chunzong was a little surprised when he learned that the Green Feather Mystic Path was a top-grade, high-grade inheritance. Chunzong was even more surprised when he learned that the Taiyuan Saint Path was a supreme-grade inheritance. A high-grade inheritance can open up a total of 90 apertures in the extreme mortal stage. Every level will open up 10 apertures. My cultivation is now at the early 3rd layer of the extreme mortal stage, and I have already opened up 21 apertures, which is equivalent to a high-grade spirit art. Chunzong could not help but think to himself, this means that the Green Feather Mystic Path's Green Feather Mystic Art is not that useful to me. Not that useful did not mean that it was useless. After all, Chunzong's current spirit energy was only the purest spirit energy. It was majestic and vigorous, but its power was relatively average. Only after cultivating a spirit art would one possess a different type of energy and become more powerful. Well, I can only accept the inheritance first and see if I can get a supreme grade inheritance in the future. Chunzong thought to himself, although the Green Feather Mystic Path was not as good as the Taiyuan Saint Path, it was still a famous inheritance in the outside world. It was naturally very precious, and since it was precious, it naturally had to be kept a secret. At the highest point of the Green Feather Mountain, there was a stone tablet. Elder Tsang Xian formed a series of hand seals that landed on the stone tablet. The stone tablet shook and slowly sank. Chunzong stood in front of the stone tablet and stared at it. After the stone tablet had completely sunk, another rumbling sound rang out, and another stone tablet rose up. This rising stone tablet looked the same as the sinking stone tablet, but Chunzong found that there was something different. He was able to discover the difference because Chunzong's 5 apertures had all been opened, and his 5 senses had been greatly enhanced. The first inheritance stone tablet was an illusion. Elder Tsang Xian smiled. This stone tablet is the Real Inheritance Stone Tablet. A fake inheritance stone tablet was naturally a form of confusion. Go, comprehend it, and accept the inheritance. Elder Song Xian smiled. Okay. Chunzong nodded and sat down cross-legged in front of the grayish-white stone tablet that looked like a giant feather. The stone tablet was covered with runes that looked like the runes on a real feather. At first, it didn't seem like anything special. However, when Chunzong focused his mind to take a closer look, the stone tablet seemed to come alive. Every single line on it began to move. An indescribable, mysterious aura spread out and filled the surroundings, enveloping Chunzong's body. Chapter 729. The vast expanse has wings. Its wings cover the sky. Amidst the chaos, another ancient voice sounded, as if it was chanting in ancient rhythm. Countless runes, from afar, looked like wings that covered the sky. Its wings have feathers. Its feathers are light, graceful, ingenious, wonderful. Under the ancient divine voice, the mysteries of the blue feather mystic sky path were constantly transmitted into Chunzong's mind. Chunzong was shocked to find that, even if it couldn't be compared to the Taiyuan sacred path, every word of the blue feather mystic sky path contained incomparably profound mysteries that needed careful deliberation to gradually comprehend. Wisps of grayish-white aura spread out from the inheritance tablet and seeped into Chunzong's body before being absorbed by the mysterious sword tip in Chunzong's sea of knowledge. Since the last time Chunzong used the red lightning sword to kill the remnants of the ancient sky demon hall, the mysterious sword tip had become dim, as if it had lost all its vitality. But after absorbing a huge amount of spirit chi in the Taiyuan boundary, it had slowly recovered some of its luster. Now, it was slowly absorbing the aura of the inheritance tablet, causing the mysterious silver light to shine again. But Chunzong was unaware of all this. Elder Song Xian stood to the side and waited, also unaware of the changes in Chunzong's sea of knowledge. The silver light emitted from the mysterious sword tip grew brighter and brighter, and the petrified and decayed azure dragons around it were also activated, letting out roars that resounded throughout the world. When the divine light from the mysterious sword tip reached its peak, it suddenly burst out like an exploding sun, sweeping across Chunzong's entire sea of knowledge. Chunzong, who was receiving the inheritance of the blue feather mystic sky path, was shocked to find that the grayish-white color in front of him had all disappeared and was replaced by a vast expanse of white. He seemed to be constantly flying in the vast expanse of white, and he didn't know where he was flying to. It was as if he had flown out of the world and into the starry sky. The vast expanse of white was replaced by darkness. It was absolute darkness, incomparably deep, and there were twinkling stars. Those were the stars. He couldn't feel his body, but it clearly existed. It was very strange. Chunzong's consciousness existed in this dark void. What is this place? Chunzong was very surprised. Wasn't he receiving the inheritance of the dark feather path? Why did it suddenly change to such a place? You've finally become a transcendent. A faintly discernible voice suddenly rang out. It was impossible to tell where it came from. It seemed to have come from all corners of the world, but it also seemed to have rung out in one's heart. Who is it? Chunzong was extremely vigilant and shocked. Dazzling starlight converged, and a figure appeared in front of Chunzong. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. His face could not be seen clearly, but Chunzong felt an indescribable sense of vicissitudes, as if he had traveled through time. Chunzong focused all his attention on the man. He wanted to see through him, but he couldn't. The man in the cyan robe seemed to be an illusion. I am a Jindi of Tongtian, the man in the green robe said in an ethereal voice. His words shocked Chunzong. Jindi, this was a titled monarch, the strongest person on the Blue Waves continent. His title was Tongtian. This made Chunzong even more shocked. Tongtian Jindi. The fact that this Jindi dared to accept this title showed how tyrannical this Jindi was. But what Chunzong wanted to know more was why he had appeared here. Why did the Tongtian Jindi appear in front of him? My true self has long since ceased to exist. The man in the green robe suddenly sighed and said, What you see is just a trace of my consciousness left in the Heart Sword Seal. Heart Sword Seal? a trace of my consciousness. Shenzong couldn't help but think. Then, as if a ray of light had streaked across, it split open the fog. Could it be that the mysterious sword tip I obtained was the heart sword seal? Shenzong couldn't help but cry out. Yes. The figure of the Tongtian Jindi's consciousness nodded and said, the heart sword seal came from the outer space. Its origin is mysterious. The reason why I can become a Tongtian Jindi is closely related to the heart sword seal. When he was young, the Tongtian Jindi was not a Jindi. In fact, he was inferior to most ordinary people. But because he obtained the heart sword seal, he was reborn, just like Shenzong. After that, he embarked on the path of martial arts, the path of swordsmanship. He cut through all obstacles and became a Jindi, with the title of Tongtian. Originally, I had a chance to peek into the realm after the Emperor realm, the Tongtian Jindi's consciousness said with regret. After the Emperor realm, Shenzong repeated. He wasn't that shocked. After all, there was a legend on Chaotian Island where Li Tian Di broke through the sky and left. It meant that the profound sky realm was not the end of martial arts, and the Emperor realm was not the limit of power. There were more powerful existences above it. However, those existences didn't seem to exist in this world. Shenzong didn't know the reason. After all, he hadn't reached that level yet. But you were framed by a villain. You were seriously injured and could only die with regret. The Tongtian Jindi's voice was full of killing intent. Even though they were separated by thousands of years, Shenzong still felt suffocated and frightened. It made sense. He had a chance to peek into the higher realms after the Emperor realm. He had a chance to step into the higher realms and pursue the ultimate life. But he was framed and died. No one could accept that. Shenzong, my young friend, you were fated to obtain the heart sword seal. It won't be difficult for you to step into the Emperor realm in the future. The Tongtian Jindi continued. I felt that the heart sword seal was mysterious and contained profound mysteries. But I couldn't decipher it. It's a pity. Shenzong listened quietly. Obtaining the heart sword seal also means that you and I are fated. The Tongtian Jindi continued. I've been waiting for you to step into the transcendent realm. That's the real starting point of martial arts. Thank you, Senior. Shenzong said sincerely. If you hadn't saved me time and time again, Shenzong wouldn't even know where I would be now. Listening to the Tongtian Jindi's words, Shenzong realized that the Tongtian Jindi was the reason why he was able to resolve the dangers he encountered several times. At the very least, when he was still weak and only in the refinement realm, he encountered the Black Light Tiger while crossing the 100 Beast mountain range. He lost consciousness and crossed the 100 Beast mountain range again. It was probably because of the Tongtian Jindi. The sword chi in the Red Thunder Sword was left by the Tongtian Jindi. It was also the Tongtian Jindi's power that could kill the profound Heaven Realm expert of the ancient Sky Demon Palace. Shenzong was very grateful to the Tongtian Jindi. I have my own selfish motives. The Tongtian Jindi said, I can help you obtain the inheritance of the Heart Sword Seal. I can also teach you everything I know. I hope you can agree to 2 conditions. Please tell me, Senior. Shenzong replied without hesitation. First, I hope you can solve the mystery of the Heart Sword Seal, the Tongtian Jindi said seriously. Second, if you have the chance, help me clean up the sect. Senior, please tell me the details of the second condition, Shenzong said. This was equivalent to agreeing to the Tongtian Jindi's 2 conditions. The first condition was to solve the mystery of the Heart Sword Seal. Even if the Tongtian Jindi didn't say anything, Shenzong would do the same. Therefore, there was only one condition. Clean up the sect. Shenzong could understand these words, but he didn't know the details. However, Shenzong could hear the hatred in the Tongtian Jindi's voice. Perhaps the fall of the Tongtian Jindi was directly related to the cleansing of the sect. I was born 2,000 years ago, the Tongtian Jindi explained in a leisurely tone. Born 2,000 years ago, I was born with a weak constitution. It was difficult for me to cultivate martial arts. However, by chance, I obtained the Heart Sword Seal. My meridians were cleansed, and I was reborn. From then on, I embarked on the path of martial arts. At the age of 50, I entered the extreme transcendent realm. At the age of 100, I entered the profound heaven realm. At the age of 150, I reached the great emperor realm. I had no opponents in the world. I was titled Tong Tian and founded the Heavenly Master Sword sect. After that, I grew stronger and took in 3 more disciples. After some teaching, one of them stopped at the Earth Spirit realm and died in an accident. The other 2 reached the profound heaven realm. One was the eldest disciple, Duan Guchuan. The other was the 3rd disciple, Ban Zhongquan. The eldest disciple, Duan Guchuan, had a mellow temperament. Although he was not as talented as the 2nd and 3rd disciples, he had extraordinary perseverance and perseverance. That was why he was able to reach the profound heaven realm. The 3rd disciple, Ban Zhongquan, was intelligent and had excellent comprehension skills. He could often understand martial arts with just a hint. He was the most talented of the 3 disciples. The Tongtian Jinni trusted his 3 disciples. After a long period of interaction, the 3 disciples all understood that their master had a great secret, whether it was an inheritance or a precious treasure. However, the 3rd disciple, Ban Zhongquan, was ambitious. He schemed against the Tongtian Jindi's treasures. When the Tongtian Jindi was in seclusion, he plotted to kill the 2nd senior brother, framed the eldest senior brother, and colluded with outsiders. He pretended to be a strong enemy and attacked the Heavenly Master Sword sect. The Tongtian Jindi was at a critical juncture and had to stop his seclusion. While the Tongtian Jindi was fighting a strong enemy, he secretly attacked and poisoned the Tongtian Jindi. His strength was weakened and he was heavily injured by the enemy. Although he escaped in the end, his injuries were too severe and the poison too deep. He was powerless and died in the end. The poison I was poisoned with was demonic poison, the Tongtian Jindi said. Demonic poison? Shenzong exclaimed. Could it be that the ancient demon hall had already existed back then? And the people that the 2nd disciple, Ban Zhongquan, colluded with were also from the ancient demon hall? With Ban Zhongquan's talent, if he doesn't die now, he has a 60 to 70% chance of becoming a great emperor. The Tongtian Jindi said, I only hope that one day, when you're strong enough, you can find Ban Zhongquan and clean up the sect for me. If possible, please go to Bright Sword Continent and see if the Heavenly Master Sword sect still exists. Senior, I, Chun Zong, swear that in the future, I will clean up the sect for you. Chun Zong said solemnly. He rarely swore oaths because they were very important. If he swore an oath, he had to fulfill it. But facing the Tongtian Jindi, not only because both of them had the Heart Sword seal, but also because he had been saved by the Tongtian Jindi many times. All these made Chun Zong feel righteous indignation. Clean up the sect. Even if Ban Zhongquan was still alive and had become a great emperor, Chun Zong would still fulfill his oath and clean up the sect for the Tongtian Jindi. If the Heavenly Master Sword sect still exists, then I will do my best to make the sect rise again. Chun Zong swore a second oath. Chapter 730. Roar. Divine light erupted from the mysterious Heart Sword seal, illuminating his sea of consciousness like a blazing sun. Immediately after, the 99 silver dragons beside the seal danced wildly. As they danced, the dragons rushed into the Heart Sword seal, causing the light it emitted to grow even stronger. When all 99 dragons entered the Heart Sword seal, the light it emitted reached the pinnacle. It transformed into a silver divine sun and suddenly exploded. Boom! Chun Zong felt as if his sea of consciousness had been blown to pieces and turned into nothingness. It was like the beginning of the universe. A flash of sword light suddenly streaked across. The sword light was perfectly straight and extremely sharp. That sword light had no beginning and no end, but it streaked across the void. As it passed, it changed according to Chun Zong's will. It tore apart the stars and tore apart the sky. It continued to grow larger and larger in Chun Zong's eyes. Then it struck Chun Zong. A mysterious and natural charm pervaded the air. Chun Zong suddenly couldn't see or hear anything. Everything was chaotic and returned to nothingness. The world has a spirit. All spirits have a heart. The heart is like a speck of dust, like the universe. This is the Tao of the heart. The voice of the primordial god resounded in his mind and directly entered his soul. If the heart is limitless, then the Tao is limitless. Shenzong was completely immersed in the voice of the primordial god. The divine voice entered the depths of his mind and soul like a brand that he would never forget. Shenzong couldn't help but comprehend it. He was shocked to find that the inheritance of the Heart Sword Seal was even more profound than the Sky Feather Path. The two couldn't be compared at all. If the Sky Feather Path's words were like pearls, then the Heart Sword Seal's words were like a divine ocean. Why is it taking so long? Elder Song Xian frowned. Generally speaking, it shouldn't take so long to receive the Sky Feather Path's inheritance. However, it was best not to interrupt the process. Elder Song Xian continued to wait. He didn't know that Shenzong had already received the Sky Feather Path's inheritance and was now receiving the Heart Sword Seal's inheritance. The Tao of the Heart. The Tao of the Heart will be the most suitable Tao for you, Tong Tian Jindy said with a smile. Immediately, the remnants of his consciousness began to emit a fluorescent light. Specks of light flew towards Shenzong like stars. I will pass on my Tao to you and help you achieve the Tao that belongs to you. The Tong Tian Jindy's last bit of consciousness dissipated into Shenzong's mind. His Tao was known as heaven-piercing. It was as if thousands of years had passed, floating up and down, and the world had changed. In Shenzong's sea of consciousness, the silver divine radiance retracted and reformed into the Heart Sword Seal. However, the Azure Dragon was missing. Shenzong also came to his senses. He was extremely shocked. Dark Feather Mystic Void Tao, Heavenly Sword Way, Tao to the Heart. The three Taos existed in his soul. They were like imprints that were incomparably deep. He opened his eyes, which were blazing with divine light. Can you obtain the inheritance? Elder Song Xian couldn't wait to ask. With Shenzong's talent, he could become the hope of Green Feather Mountain's rise. I have obtained the inheritance, Shenzong answered firmly, but he was a little dazed. 3 Taos. It was completely beyond his expectations. However, it didn't matter how many Taos there were, because only the one that was suitable for him was the best. Good. Elder Song Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Green Feather Mystic Tao was indeed inferior to the Taiyuan Sacred Tao, but it was also extraordinary. If Shenzong succeeded in cultivating it, he would be able to achieve something. Go back and cultivate well. Elder Song Xian smiled encouragingly. If you need anything, just tell me. I will do my best to get it for you. Thank you, Elder, Shenzong said in a serious voice. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked again, Elder, do you know where I can find the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill? The Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill. Elder Song Xian frowned slightly. The effect of this pill is to dispel the cold and replenish one's yuan qi. What do you use it for? Obviously, Shenzong had no use for it. I don't dare to lie to Elder. Shenzong explained that he came from Chaotian Island and had a senior. I see. Elder Song Xian nodded. You are indeed loyal. The Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill isn't precious, and we have it in Green Feather Mountain. I will have someone send it to your cave dwelling later. By the way, since you have become an esoteric disciple, you will have to choose a new cave dwelling. Shenzong quickly chose a new cave dwelling. The heaven and earth spirit qi was purer and richer than that of Lingyao Pavilion. It was nameless, and Shenzong could choose it himself. Shenzong named it the Heart Sword Residence. Not long after, a deacon brought the Heavenly Sun Vast Vitality pills over. There were 10 pills in total. Looking at the 10 red pills in his hand that exuded boundless yuan qi, Shenzong felt a little emotional. In Chaotian Island's Longtu region, even the 9th prince of the Longtu Empire would find it difficult to obtain a single pill. From this, one could see how precious it was. However, it was nothing in the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, and they had sent 10 pills to Shenzong. This was the difference between them. I will go into closed-door cultivation for a while to sort out the 3 Taos before returning to Chaotian Island, Shenzong said to himself as he put away the 10 Heavenly Sun Vast Origin pills. Shenzong began his closed-door cultivation. The first one he comprehended was naturally the green feather mystic sky path. A high-grade inheritance was very mysterious, but it was nothing to Chinzong. After spending a few days, Chinzong roughly comprehended the green feather mystic sky path. Next was the Tao of the Heart. The Tao of the Heart was far more mysterious than the green feather mystic sky path. Chinzong spent a whole month to comprehend the Tao of the Heart and was immediately surprised. The Tao of the Heart didn't have a grade. It could be low grade, middle grade, or even high grade. It could even be a top grade or even a legendary peerless item. Moreover, the Tao of the Heart didn't have a fixed cultivation method or martial arts. In other words, the Tao of the Heart was actually a theory, a rule, and a guide. Focus on the Tao of the Heart. Integrate the essence of various Taos, improve the Tao of the Heart, and achieve the Tao of the Heart, making it the most suitable Tao for oneself. Chinzong muttered to himself, looking extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of inheritance this was. Even the Taiyuan divine path couldn't compare to it. This was because the Tao of the Heart was flexible, free, and had unlimited possibilities. Chinzong was very sure that the Tao of the Heart was the most suitable Tao for himself, because he could use the Tao of the Heart as the foundation to walk a Tao that was completely his own. After taking a few deep breaths, Chinzong calmed his excited heart. The third Tao was the Heavenly Sword Tao. This was the Tao of the Heavenly Sword Jiandi, and also the Tao that the Heavenly Sword Jiandi derived from the Tao of the Heart was the most suitable Tao for him. It was because of the Heavenly Sword Tao that the Heavenly Sword Jiandi was able to dominate the Emperor realm. The Heavenly Sword Tao was also very mysterious, far surpassing the Dark Feather Tao, because it was a supreme grade inheritance on the same level as the Taiyuan divine path of the Taiyuan heavenly sect. However, Chinzong felt that the Heavenly Sword Tao might even surpass the Taiyuan divine path. The Heavenly Sword Tao was divided into three parts: the Heavenly Sword Technique, the Heavenly Sword Technique, and the Heavenly Secret Skill. Chinzong was deeply immersed in it. A complete Tao would have cultivation methods, martial arts, secret skills, and so on. The Dark Feather Tao is at the upper grade level. The Dark Feather Tao can open 10 apertures at each level of the extreme mortal stage, while the Heavenly Sword Technique can open 11 apertures. However, the Dark Feather Tao's first level of the extreme mortal stage has the same 10 apertures as the Heavenly Sword Technique's first level of the extreme mortal stage. It's the same for the second level. Chinzong could not help but think. Without the Tao of the Heart and the Heavenly Sword Tao, Chinzong could only cultivate the Dark Feather Tao. However, he now had the Tao of the Heart, which was the most suitable Tao for him. Chinzong would definitely cultivate the Tao of the Heart and derive the most suitable Sword Tao for him. Focusing on the Tao of the Heart and integrating the Dark Feather Tao and the Heavenly Sword Tao, Chinzong was very ambitious. Supreme Grade. Supreme Grade beyond the Supreme Grade level. There are other spiritual techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain collection. Maybe I can check them out and try my best to open the 12th aperture of the first level. Chinzong thought to himself, a fire burning in his heart. With this thought, Chinzong immediately moved. This is an inferior grade spiritual technique. Every level of the extreme mortal stage can open 8 apertures. After checking it out, Chinzong could not help but put it down. The apertures were all included in the Dark Feather Tao. Checking continuously. Chinzong seemed to be possessed by the devil. There were more than 100 inferior grade spiritual techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain collection, more than 30 middle grade spiritual techniques, and 5 upper grade spiritual techniques. Of course, they were not as good as the Dark Feather Tao. After checking all of them, Chinzong finally smiled. Using the Tao of the Heart as the foundation, integrating the Heavenly Sword Tao and the Dark Feather Tao, and then integrating the Green Jade Mystic Technique, the White Feather Mystic Technique, and the Red Ancient Mystic Technique, I can perfect the Tao of the Heart. From the first level to the third level of the extreme mortal stage, every level can open 12 apertures. 12 apertures. Legend had it that only the Supreme Grade Legacy techniques could open 12 apertures for every level of the extreme mortal stage. However, the supreme grade legacy techniques were only legends. Chunzong did not expect his luck to be so good that he could find 3 compatible mystic techniques in the Dark Feather Mountain. There was a special characteristic of the Tao of the Heart. Once other techniques were integrated, it would be fixed and could not be changed. This meant that there was only one chance. Back then, the Heavenly Sword Jindi was different from Chunzong. He walked the path of a rogue cultivator. Coupled with some external factors, he was unable to upgrade the Heavenly Sword Tao to the Supreme Grade and stopped at the Supreme Grade. I will first perfect the first 3 levels of the Tao of the Heart before cultivating it properly. Chunzong thought to himself. As for the 4th, 5th, and 9th levels after the 3rd level, he would have to work hard to collect more spiritual techniques and mystic techniques to perfect them. Chunzong spent a period of time thinking carefully. After all, he only had one chance. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. After a few more days, Chunzong was finally certain. With the Tao of the Heart as the foundation, I will integrate various mystic techniques. Let's begin. In the Heart Sword House, Chunzong activated the defensive power and began to cultivate in seclusion. The circulation route of the Tao of the Heart was very simple. However, as Chunzong integrated the Dark Feather Mystic technique, the circulation route began to change. Shortly after, he integrated the Heavenly Sword Mystic technique, and the circulation route became even more complicated. Finally, he integrated the Green Jade Mystic technique, White Feather Mystic technique, and Red Ancient Mystic technique. The circulation route became even more mysterious and comprehensive. In the first level of the extreme mortal stage, Chunzong had already opened 10 apertures. Now, he was going to break through the 11th. Break. Next, he broke through the 12th aperture. Break again. Chunzong's body shuddered, and the aura he emitted grew even stronger. Chapter 731. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, radiating heat and light. Outside the Heart Sword House, there was a layer of flowing light. As it flowed slowly, it protected the Heart Sword House without any blind spots. This layer of protection was extremely powerful. It could withstand any attack from Extreme Realm Expert, and could also withstand attack from an Earth Spirit Realm Expert. Only a profound Sky Realm Expert could break through it. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura gushed out, filling every corner of the Heart Sword House and soaring into the sky. If it wasn't for that layer of tough defensive force, this aura would have soared into the sky. The aura was getting more and more tyrannical. Early stage, 3rd level mortal realm. This was the aura that Chunzong was emitting. Compared to before, it was several times more tyrannical. Immediately, the aura rose again, becoming even more tyrannical. Mid-stage 3rd level mortal realm. Chunzong had come out of seclusion. His tyrannical aura was filled with boundless tyranny, but it also had a kind of smoothness and agility, as if he could do whatever he wanted. Removing the protection of the Heart Sword House, Chunzong's figure flashed and shot up to the sky like a rock. His speed was so fast that only after leaving a straight line in the sky did a sharp roar resound. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had shot up to a height of several hundred meters. His figure paused, and he stood in the air. An extreme mortal realm expert couldn't stand in the air like a profound sky realm expert, but they could do it for a short period of time. The stronger the ability, the longer the time they could stay in the air. The spiritual energy in Chunzong's body was incomparably nimble. It was agile and light, changing at will, causing Chunzong's figure to become even lighter. Hundreds of meters in the air, Chunzong pointed his finger like a sword and drew a line in the air. White energy condensed into a sword, slicing through the air for hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. The white sword light in the air twisted and changed according to Chunzong's will. It was like a long whip, like a spiritual snake, and like a dragon soaring in the sky. Withdraw. The white sword light instantly shrank back into his body. Using the path of the heart as the foundation and incorporating other paths and techniques, I have now perfected the first 3 tiers of the extreme mortal realm, which should be enough for me to train for a while. However, I need to find other techniques to further perfect the rest. Chunzong thought to himself as he descended. The wind blew, causing his robe to flutter. Since Chunzong had perfected the extreme mortal realm from the first to the third stage to the legendary level, he was not willing to stop at the extreme level for the following exercises. Either you don't do it, or you do your best. The legendary, peerless inheritance. Chunzong was filled with pride. So what if Fang Xingchen had obtained the legacy of the Taiyuan Saint Path? Could it be compared to a pinnacle tier legacy? He couldn't. The difference between 99 aperture points and 108 aperture points was very obvious. For this Dao, I used the Dao of the heart as the foundation and fused thousands of Daos together. It also has the foundation of changing one's mind, allowing one to do as one pleases. It is called the Dao of the heart. I practice the sword, and the Dao I walk is the sword Dao. This Dao is called the Dao of the heart sword. Chunzong decided on the name of his Dao. In that instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the clear sky, as if the heavenly Dao had acknowledged him. The heavenly sword Dao has become the heavenly Jindy Senior, while the Dao of the heart sword will become the heart sword king, the heart sword emperor, and even the heart Jindy. For a moment, Chunzong was in high spirits, and his spirit world was infinitely high. I still want to peek into the realm above the emperor realm. Soon after, Chunzong could not help but shake his head and smile. He felt that he was biting off more than he could chew. At the end of the day, he had only just stepped into the extreme mortal realm. He was only standing at the starting point of the profound martial Dao, and had stepped into the threshold of strong. However, with the Dao of the heart sword, and with his own ability and hard work, his future achievements were not just a dream. Chunzong's figure landed outside the heart sword house, and his figure unfolded as he swiftly headed towards Elder Tsang Xian's palace. A complete Dao of cultivation includes Qi cultivation methods, martial arts, secret arts, and so on. My Dao of the heart sword has only perfected the Qi cultivation methods for the first to third layers of the extreme mortal realm, but my martial arts are still incomplete. However, I already have some ideas. I only need to integrate the various sword techniques that I have cultivated in the past, and then slowly absorb the essence of other martial arts. As for secret arts, I can also use this method. To put it bluntly, the Dao of the heart sword was the foundation of the Dao of the heart, and then integrated the essence of other Daos. It was not difficult, as long as one had enough Daos, Qi cultivation methods, and martial arts, and could perfect it. However, it was also difficult, as it was impossible to do without sufficient comprehension. Another point was that it needed time. Chunzong still had something to do, and that was the hidden danger of the unhindered sword sect's Grand Elder, Yuan Lingzi. He could not be at ease until he had resolved it. Previously, he had just broken through and received the inheritance, which was the best time to cultivate. Therefore, he suppressed the anxiety in his heart and first perfected it. Now that 2 months had passed, he had completed this step, and the rest could only be done slowly. You want to go to Chaotian Island? Elder Tsang Xian frowned when he learned of Chunzong's intention. According to him, Chunzong should stay in Sangyu Mountain and cultivate diligently. After all, he had just broken through, and his potential was very active. If he cultivated in seclusion for a few years, he would be able to convert his active potential into cultivation and improve his strength again. After a few years, his active potential would become dormant, and he could only cultivate slowly before coming out of seclusion. Elder, Senior Yuan Lingzi's injury is a regret in my heart. I didn't have the ability in the past, but now that I have, if I can't cure it, I won't be at ease, let alone cultivate properly. Chunzong said solemnly. In truth, he should have immediately rushed back to Chaotian Island after obtaining the Heavenly Sun Vast Origin Pill, but because he had just broken through and received 3 Daos, he needed to tidy himself up. Moreover, with the pills provided by the 9th Prince, Senior Yuan Lingzi should have been able to last for 10 years, and only a few years had passed. Of course, as Elder Tsang Xian had said, he might be able to cultivate in seclusion for a few years, and rush back after coming out. However, It was hard to say how many years it would be. What if he missed the opportunity? No, you can't miss this period of time. I'll send someone to deliver the pills. Elder Tsang Xian said. This was a compromise. However, Chunzong's trip back was not only to treat Senior Yuan Lingzi, but also for other matters. It was best for him to personally make a trip. With this thought, Chunzong released his aura. Initial third layer of the extreme human stage. Elder Tsang Xian was shocked. When Chunzong left the Tai Yuan stage, his cultivation was at the peak of the second layer of the extreme human stage. However, it wasn't easy for him to break through to the initial third layer of the extreme human stage. He would need at least a few months of cultivation. Fang Xingchen had reached the peak of the second layer of the extreme human stage earlier than Chunzong, but had yet to break through to the initial third layer of the extreme human stage. Moreover, he had inherited the supreme grade Tai Yuan Saint Wei. It had only been 2 months since Chunzong had received the Blue Feather Mystic Wei, but he had already broken through. His aura was very stable, as if he had broken through for a few months. If Elder Tsang Xian knew that this was the result of Chunzong's concealment, who knew how shocked he would be. After revealing a portion of his cultivation and Chunzong's persuasion, Elder Tsang Xian finally agreed. However, there was an additional condition. He had to accompany Chunzong. That's right, Elder Tsang Xian was worried about Chunzong's safety, so he had to accompany and protect Chunzong. Chunzong naturally wouldn't refuse. On the contrary, he was very happy to accept. After all, he might have a conflict with the Wanluo sect and the Dragon Diagram royal family on this trip. It was unavoidable. Elder Tsang Xian was a profound heaven stage expert. With him accompanying him, Chunzong would be safer. Since that's the case, I'll take care of what needs to be taken care of first. We'll leave in 10 days. Elder Tsang Xian finally concluded. All right, Chunzong nodded. In these 10 days, he would read up on some martial arts and prepare to create his own Heart Sword Dao sword art. Moreover, he had already broken through to the transcendent stage. The Inata 5 swords were only pseudo-spirit weapons, so it was difficult for him to display his full strength. He had to use a real spirit weapon, even if it was a low-grade one. Receiving 2 low-grade spirit weapons for free was also the benefit of being an esoteric disciple. One of them was the red jade sword. It was bright red all over, as if it was made of red jade. It contained a blazing power, and when it was used to display a sword technique, each sword would be as hot as a raging fire. However, the red jade sword's appearance was normal. Chunzong chose the red jade sword because of the sword technique he practiced. Previously, he had the Inata 5 swords. Each sword had its own role, and the 5 directions of the sword were fully displayed. But now, he didn't have the Inata 5 swords, so he could only choose a normal sword. That way, he wouldn't be biased. The other low-grade spirit weapon was an inner armor, which could provide excellent protection when worn. The value of a low-grade spiritual armor was much higher than the red jade sword. Chunzong had participated in an auction on Chaotian Island. The low-grade spirit weapons sold at the auction were worth at least a few hundred low-grade spirit sources. But this was the benefit of being an esoteric disciple of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect. A large sect was indeed a large sect. It was incomparable. No wonder there were so many disciples who wanted to become a large sect, but they had no way out. In 10 days, Chunzong had browsed through all kinds of sword techniques in Green Feather Mountain. He had also browsed through other martial arts to increase his accumulation and to help him create his own heart sword principle sword technique. However, it wasn't easy to create a spirit-grade sword technique. Chunzong didn't dare to hope to create one in a short time. It was necessary to accumulate experience. Time flew. In a flash, 10 days had passed. Chunzong, let's go. Elder Tsang Xian had arranged everything, and Elder Tsang Yi was in charge. The two of them quickly left Green Feather Mountain. Elder Tsang Xian was a 4th-layer heavenly profound realm expert, and his flying speed was extremely fast. With him carrying Chunzong, they left Green Feather Mountain and the Tai Yuan heavenly sect behind in the blink of an eye. Elder Tsang Xian was very low-key on this trip. The more low-key he was, the less likely he would attract attention and avoid being attacked again. A strong wind blew, but it was blocked by Elder Song Xian's power. It couldn't affect Chunzong in the slightest. But the speed was so fast that Chunzong couldn't see his surroundings clearly. When he opened his eyes, countless streams of air rushed towards him. Chunzong felt dizzy after looking for a while. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.